Chapter 393. In the lotus pond outside the curtain, the flowers were in full bloom. As the night wind blew, the fragrance of the flowers wafted through the air. Li Qingshan was a little surprised. Han Qiongji's face was determined, somewhat similar to Han Anjuan's. She opened her red lips and said again, "Qingshan, let's get married." "You've decided?" Li Qingshan embraced her. "Yes." Han Qiongji nodded and leaned against his chest, listening to his powerful heartbeat. This was the sound she always wanted to hear. "Why don't we wait a little longer? As long as we insist and let your brother say a few good words, your father will agree." Li Qingshan wanted nothing more than to be with her right now. However, this kind of private commitment might cause her to completely fall out with her family. This was not what he wanted to see. "No, you don't understand my father's temperament. Once he has decided on something, even 9 bulls can't pull him back. I spoke to him like that just now. Father must be furious. He probably won't recognize me as his daughter anymore, let alone agree to our marriage. It's all my fault." Li Qingshan patted her head and sighed. He didn't think that a marriage between a man and a woman would actually become like this. "From now on, I can only rely on you. Don't let me down." Han Qiongji tightly wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's waist, revealing a little weakness. She left the Han family, disobeyed her father, and lost everything she once had in a single night. This kind of loss was far from what outsiders could imagine. However, she did not regret it. From now on, the man in her arms was her everything. "What, Miss Han, without the Han family support, you've become a weak little kitten. Then I'll have to properly bully you." Li Qingshan smiled and buried his head in her neck, taking a deep breath of her fragrance. "You dare? Your current cultivation is not as high as mine. Cultivation is a small matter. It still depends on strength. If it only depends on cultivation, I don't even have the qualifications to pursue you. How could I coax Miss Han to elope with me?" "Humph! Wait until I build my foundation. See how I'll deal with you." "How the hell did you train?" They were whispering. Dark clouds covered the moon and the stars, and the courtyard was pitch black. Her voice disappeared, and a few red candles lit up, illuminating her bashful face. "I'm going to take a bath." She extricated herself from his embrace and turned around gracefully. Her waist swayed as she walked behind the curtain. "Me too." Li Qingshan couldn't help but follow. Han Qiongji raised her hand to stop him. "No, not today, please." Li Qingshan could only wait outside, watching the flickering candlelight, listening to the night rain falling into the pond. His heart was like the pond water. Tens of thousands of ripples spread out, and it took a long time for them to calm down. After what felt like an unusually long wait, a white hand lifted the bead curtain, revealing a bright and beautiful face. Her skin was incomparably moist, as if it had absorbed a lot of water. She had changed into a bright red dress, and her jet-black hair had not been combed, so it was dripping wet and draped over her shoulders. "You made me wait." Li Qingshan picked her up. "Wait. What happened?" "There seemed to be many steps to getting married. I only remember one step." "Which step?" "To enter the bridal chamber." Li Qingshan sang loudly and directly went to her room. "Pervert!" Han Qiongji pouted. The sound of the rain became louder. Behind the heavy curtain, she panted softly. On the bed, her jade-like body was spread out, allowing him to caress her wantonly, passionately offering her red lips. "Qiongji." Li Qingshan suddenly stopped and said softly, his eyes shining. Han Qiongji leaned back and hugged his neck, burying her face in his shoulder. She said softly, "Love me." Li Qingshan held her waist. He bent down, only to hear a low moan in his ear. It was like a long sigh, full of joy and pain. There was silence. Only the sound of the rain came into the room, becoming louder and louder, occasionally accompanied by a few distant thunder. Lotus flowers swayed in the wind and rain, the heart of the flower full of crystal-clear water droplets. Vaguely, there was a moving moan through the curtain of rain. After a night of wind and rain, the raindrops on the lotus leaves, under the light of the rising sun, in the east, they were crystal clear, flowing with 7 colors, and rolled into the pond. Li Qingshan opened the window, stretched, and looked back. Han Qiongji was sleeping soundly, as if she felt the sun. She turned to lie on her side, revealing her beautiful back and a few bruises on her snow-white buttocks. Thinking of the crazy night last night, Li Qingshan smiled slightly. The weather is so good. Li Qingshan closed the window and returned to the bed. Han Qiongji opened her eyes slightly. First seeing Li Qingshan's face, her heart was filled with endless tenderness and sweetness. She lazily leaned her face on his chest. What time is it? It's been a while since the sun has risen. Li Qingshan kissed her forehead gently. Oh no, the Hawkwolf Guard still has matters to deal with today. Han Qiongji propped herself up, and she felt weak all over. Just leave it to someone else to deal with. It's inconvenient for you to go out right now. It's all your fault. Han Qiongji's face burned like fire, and she punched him in the chest. She was too embarrassed to think back. She had never thought there would be a time when she would be so unrestrained. All right. It's all my fault. Please wait a moment, madam. I'll go prepare some food. You should rest a little more. With this rest, another 3 days passed. The two of them stuck to each other like glue, refusing to be separated for even a moment. All they could see was each other, completely forgetting about everything else. In the 100 schools of thought, the professors had yet to arrive, but the classroom was noisy. A group of young disciples, both male and female, gathered together and discussed. Really? I thought he was very powerful. What about now? Now, I don't know. It's been a few days since I've seen the two of them. I heard they eloped. Wow. There was a series of cries. In particular, the eyes of a few female disciples lit up. Zijian, listen. It's that Li Qingshan again. You don't look too well. Hua Sengzan nudged Yu Zijian beside him with his elbow. During the past 2 years, Hua Qinglu's body had unfolded. She had gone from a budding age to a young lady in the prime of her youth. She was in the prime of her youth. Her eyebrows were like crescent moons. Her lips were like vermilion, and her skin was creamy. She was youthful and beautiful. Her face was rather similar to Hua Sengzan's, as if it was a testament to how beautiful Hua Sengzan's face would be if it belonged to a woman. In the 100 schools of thought, she had already gained the title of greatest beauty. She had countless pursuers. Now that she sat with Yu Zijian, she attracted quite a lot of attention. Hua Qinglu was not unfamiliar with the name Li Qingshan. However, they had not had any contact during the past 2 years. Even if she had some special feelings for him in the past, they had already been diluted by the wonders of life. All she could vaguely remember was that he still owed her something. Perhaps he had already forgotten about it. Oh, it's nothing. The professor is here. Yu Zijian was taken aback and pointed at the lectern. The classroom immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu turned around and focused on the lecture. Yu Zijian frowned slightly. He shouldn't be Niu Juxia, right? Before they returned from the Green Vine Mountain, Yu Shuquang had already repeatedly explained that Li Qingshan had absolutely nothing to do with Niu Juxia. However, only now did she become willing to believe that. She let out a sigh of relief. If Li Qingshan was not Niu Juxia, then he would not have much to do with her. She even felt rather sad for him. They were clearly in love, yet he could not gain the recognition of his family. How pitiful! Chapter 394. In the depths of the bamboo forest, Little Ann sat in front of the steps, holding her cheek as she waited. The sky was filled with stars. Tonight, he still hadn't returned, because Lu Chuanfeng was in seclusion, and Li Qingshan often went out. The two young disciples were brought along by Sun Fubai. Cloud Wisp Island was truly empty. Only the sound of wind rustling through the bamboo forest could be heard, and the falling bamboo leaves once again covered the small path. Just as she was feeling a little disappointed, she suddenly heard the sound of footsteps crushing the fallen leaves. Little Ann raised her head and saw Li Qingshan striding over with a smile on his face. "Little Ann, why are you—" "It's my fault for forgetting to tell you. You must have waited for a long time." Li Qingshan slapped his head and said in self-reproach. Little Ann shook her head. "Not long." Li Qingshan picked her up and placed her on his knees. "How's the refining of the prayer beads recently? Did Yin make things difficult for you?" "All right. I've encountered something good recently." Without waiting for Little Ann to ask, he began to talk nonstop. Little Ann wanted to persuade him, but seeing the situation, she let it go. As long as he was happy, it was fine. At this time, Han Qiongji also returned to the school of legalism and apologized to Wang Puxi. Wang Puxi saw that she was full of joy and femininity, but he couldn't blame her. He only said, "That brat got lucky. Don't forget to come to the City Guards Institution tomorrow." "Yes, Commander." When Han Qiongji returned to her residence on the island, she saw a figure pacing back and forth outside the door. She said in surprise, "Tie." Her expression immediately turned serious. "Did Father send you?" "Yes." Han Tie didn't say anything else and handed a pile of spirit stones and medicinal pills to Han Qiongji. "Why are there so many?" "Because you've cultivated to the 10th layer of qi refining." Han Tie was expressionless, but he could see the joy in her eyes. He was happy for her. In order to open the 12 standard meridians, the demand for medicinal pills would naturally increase. "Dad doesn't blame me?" Han Qiongji's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Tie then repeated Han Anjuan's words. "What kind of reason is that?" It was simply too irresponsible of him to stop his daughter's marriage just because of such a messy reason. What obstacle? That old man thinks too highly of himself. "I'm not you," Han Qiongji shouted. However, she was touched. No matter what, everything that man had done for her, it was for her own good. He heaved a sigh of relief and was indescribably happy. No matter how dissatisfied she was, her father was still important in her heart. It was still heavy. The two of them exchanged a few more words. Han Tie was very much like his father. He was a man of few words. After a few words, they parted ways. Before they left, Han Tie stopped, turned around, and said, "You're still a member of the Han family. I hope you can focus on your cultivation. I don't need you to lecture me. Just shut yourself up. You should go." Han Qiongji was in a hurry to share this good news with Li Qingshan. Han Tie saw her expression and knew that she was distracted. Knowing that she was distracted, he shook his head slightly. Once they were involved in matters of love, people seemed to become stupid. It was just like how clever his friend was normally. However, he was obsessed with a woman that he could never obtain, wasting so much of his time. After Han Tie left, Han Qiongji directly rushed off to Cloud Wisp Island. They had just parted, but they immediately met again. Little Ann took the initiative to bid farewell. Afterwards, they spent another night together. The next day, Wang Puxi's face was sunken. He waited in the Hawkwolf Guard for quite a while, but he did not see any trace of Han Qiongji. He flew into a rage and placed this on Li Qingshan as well. He was definitely not innocent. In the end, he let out a long sigh. Women just can't be relied on. Little Hua, you better emerge soon. Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, summer passed, and autumn arrived. The autumn rain began. Thunder rumbled in the secluded dwelling beneath Contention Island. Lightning crisscrossed and flickered, passing through the stone walls and formations that should have been impossible to penetrate. It was like a ghost from another world. Quite a while later, the closed door opened once more, and Hua Sungzan emerged. His handsome, flawless face was filled with extraordinary confidence. A figure appeared in his mind. At the very least, I have the right to be your chess piece. Did you really have to trouble Miss Hua to make a trip personally for something like this? Li Qingshan accepted the invitation from Hua Qinglu and studied the woman before him. Sure enough, women changed greatly between womanhood and womanhood. When they first met, she was just a little girl with nothing to her name, but now she had become a great beauty. You're both good friends of my brother. My brother said he was unable to personally invite you, so he's truly sorry. Hua Qinglu replied politely, displaying the bearing of a woman from a large clan. Qinglu, why don't you speak as straightforwardly as before? Han Qiongji grabbed her hand with a smile and pulled her into her arms, pinching her soft cheeks. Han Qiongji had always treated Hua Qinglu as her younger sister. She had played with her a lot since they were young, so they were extremely close. Don't mess around, sister. I'm just afraid that if I'm too intimate, you'll get jealous. Hua Qinglu blushed slightly and glanced at Li Qingshan as she giggled. Everyone in the 100 schools of thought knew about their relationship now, but the final development also exceeded everyone's expectations. There was no delightful plot of them rebelling against the Han family or eloping. Han Qiongji still went home when she was supposed to, while Li Qingshan even went to Great War Island to practice martial arts as usual. He did not seem to have any conflicts with his future father-in-law, Han Anjuan. Just like that, the rumors instead died down. To cultivators, committing themselves to marriage and becoming partners of cultivation had always been common. They did not have as many formalities as mortals. Little girl, you're still no match for me. Li Qingshan stowed the invitation away. All right, I'll definitely be there when the time comes. That guy has finally reached foundation establishment. Brother will definitely become an impressive cultivator. Hua Qinglu was filled with pride. Tell me, just now, are you Ein Qinglu? After Hua Qinglu left, Han Qiongji grabbed Li Qingshan by the collar and rode on him. She curled her lips and questioned him loudly. Everyone loves beauty. Although you're my only woman, you can't deprive me of my right to admire other women. Ha! Weren't you rather confident earlier? Li Qingshan shifted his gaze. That's your problem. Han Qiongji pressed her face closer. Don't worry, madam. That girl doesn't have your benefits. Let's deal with my problem first. Li Qingshan laughed aloud as he picked up Han Qiongji and made his way into the house. The estate of the Hua family that resembled a city was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The entire city was jubilant. It did not seem like a banquet, but more like a grand celebration. To cultivators, marriage, children, or the four great joys of life were not as important or joyful as breaking through. As a result, the Hua family invited guests from everywhere. This was the time when guests gathered. Flying beasts and flying shuttles hurried over with cultivators. There was no lack of foundation establishment cultivators among them. Among them, a cloud passed through the curtain of rain and landed in front of the gates. The gates were wide open, and people flowed in and out. As soon as Li Qingshan stepped into the city, the rain stopped. The formation above the city activated, and the rain flowed down along the invisible hemispherical barrier. Under the illumination of the city's lanterns, it was a magnificent sight. Han Qiongji waved away the servant who had come to lead the way. The servant clearly recognized Han Qiongji, so he left with a smile, without asking for an invitation. With great familiarity, Han Qiongji followed the winding paths and corridors and arrived before the tower-like building in the center of the city. It seemed like a glorious, towering fire tree. Under the fire tree, the two siblings, Hua Sengzan and Hua Qinglu, personally received the guests at the gates. They were both dressed splendidly and stood under the glorious lanterns. They seemed like a pair of immortals, and all the guests sighed in admiration. In particular, Hua Sengzan had always been a rare beauty in the world. After successfully establishing a foundation, his bearing became even more romantic. The female cultivators who passed by basically all stared at him. Qingshan, Qiongji, you're here. When Hua Sengzan saw Li Qingshan and Hua Qinglu, he welcomed them with a smile. He did not become arrogant because of his increased cultivation. He was just as cultured and refined as before, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. His smile even contained some sincerity. Although it had been a long time since they last saw each other, they did not feel like strangers anymore. Instead, they felt closer to each other. That's right. You didn't come out after so long. I even thought you died in there. Li Qingshan patted his shoulder with a smile, but Han Qiongji did the same. It's a joyous occasion. Don't say such unlucky things. Hua Sengzan's smiling gaze moved between the two of them. The two of you, as expected, when I first heard about it, you really did give me a fright. Who told me, what's the point of having a man? I just found him pitiful. Han Qiongji's face reddened, but she still tried to defend herself. And who told me that I don't know what deep love is? Li Qingshan coughed dryly. I was just playing along. So you were just playing along with me? You misheard. I said, I was young and ignorant. I was young and ignorant. Hua Sengzan laughed aloud and patted Li Qingshan's shoulder. Then, how much do you understand me now? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. You still haven't forgotten. Hua Sengzan asked, have you? What have I forgotten? Hua Qinglu and Han Qiongji interjected. With the sharp intuition of women, they sensed that something was amiss. That's hard to say. Li Qingshan snickered and exchanged glances with Hua Sengzan. Both of them shared a tacit understanding. Who would have thought that the very first friendship between them was actually because they both liked the same woman? You can go in first. I'll come find you later. At this moment, more guests arrived, Hua Sengzan said, and went to receive them. Tell me clearly, what is it? The two of them made their way into the building. Han Qiongji pressed on with her questions, but Li Qingshan only dodged the question. When he became anxious, he said, This is a secret between men. What are you, a woman, meddling in? Li Qingshan stopped and looked back. Hua Sengzan's face was radiant as he welcomed and sent people off. His features were picturesque and handsome. Even men would be moved. The heavens had blessed him with such amorous beauty, yet he just happened to fall in love with a woman he could not obtain. Was this also a joke of the heavens? He obviously would not forget. After all, she had left behind such a deep memory. However, there was no need for him to dwell on it all the time. Taking pity on the person before him was the most important, wasn't it? He smiled as he pacified the unhappy Han Qiongji. At the end of the day, she still could not understand the thoughts of those in love. At this moment, a familiar figure appeared at the door. His face was bleak, and his green clothes drifted about. Fu Qingjin. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 395. Fu Qingjin stood alone in his tattered, green clothes. At first glance, He seemed like an abject swordsman, but he immediately attracted everyone's gazes. Even the main character of the night, Hua Sungzan, was unable to compete with him for the limelight. Compared to the Sword Collection Palace, the Hua family seemed like a local tycoon. Even though they were known as the greatest clan in the Clear River Prefecture, there were 81 prefectures across the entire Green Province, but only one Sword Collection Palace existed. That's Fu Qingjin of the Sword Collection Palace. The sword in his hand is one of the 10 renowned swords of the Sword Collection Palace, the Green Ruins sword. He's a very powerful figure. Han Qiongji introduced softly. Really? I think he's only an early Foundation establishment cultivator, the same as Little Hua. Don't look down on him. His Green Ruins sword is an extremely powerful arcane treasure. It's said that it inherited the wills of past masters of the Sword Collection Palace. Not only is it startling in power, but it advances at a godly rate too. He'll definitely become a great figure who can move freely across the Green Province in the future. Han Qiongji introduced to Li Qingshan extremely seriously, telling him to guard against arrogance and to not look down on the heroes of the world. However, all she saw was a confident smile appear on Li Qingshan's face. Don't worry, your man definitely won't be any worse than him in the future. You're shameless. I think you're overestimating yourself. He's currently a liaison for the Demon Slayer. Several dozen sects of various sizes in the Clear River Prefecture have all joined the Demon Slayer. They're all under his command. With your measly cultivation, you're not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Suddenly, they heard a familiar voice. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji turned around in surprise, only to see Wang Puxi standing with his arms crossed. Commander, aren't you going a little too far with your words? Sai, you sure are dressed up nicely today. Li Qingshan saw that Wang Puxi was dressed in new clothes. He was neat and tidy from head to toe. He was bright and beautiful. I've said it before. You'll achieve something. Fu Qingjin studied Hua Sungzan. Then thank you for your auspicious words, sir. Hua Sungzan was polite but distant. Although they were both foundation-building cultivators, there was a world of difference between them in terms of strength and future prospects. Fellow Taoist Fu's visit truly brings light to my humble abode. It was no longer Hua Sungzan's turn to speak. It was Hua Sungzan's father. The head of the Hua clan personally came out to welcome them with a face full of smiles. Behind him, a group of foundation-building cultivators came down from upstairs. There were men and women, young and old. They came from the various sects of the Clear River Prefecture. They were all important figures like elders and sect masters. They all bowed to Fu Qingjin, as if to prove what Wang Puxi had said. Even if he wasn't a member of the Demon Slayer, he still had to go up and greet him. In this land, Fu Qingjin was already an influential figure. He could decide the life and death of a sect with a flip of his palm. Ah, isn't that the Vermilion Clothes sect Master Shao? And the Red Cloud Valley's second elder? With so many foundation establishment cultivators appearing all at once, the Qi practitioners all sighed in amazement as they discussed among themselves. Fu Qingjin seemed to be enveloped by a dazzling halo, while Hua Sungzan had instead become a fringe figure. Li Qingshan smiled. Commander, since he's so powerful, why don't you hurry up and receive him? I'll receive you. The Demon Slayer is the Demon Slayer, and the Hawkwolf Guard is the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Puxi shot a glance at him before leaving in a huff, among the crowd of people who stopped and looked up. He was extremely conspicuous, and the crowd made way for him. What's wrong with old Wang today? Why is he so angry? Li Qingshan asked in confusion. You don't pay much attention to the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard, so you don't know. There's a recent case that has something to do with the Vermilion Clothes sect. Every single disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect had to complete a trial mission when they left the sect. It was called staining vermilion clothes with blood, and they had to personally kill 100 people. The mission sounded bloody, but it was fine if it was classified as upholding justice. There were countless bandits and bandits in the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture. Finding a random sect of the Jianghu and killing a few would basically not be in vain. However, there was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect who had once worked as a stable driver in a wealthy family when he was young and was bullied. As a result, he used this mission to return and kill the entire family. However, even if he included the men, women, young, old, and maidservants, there were only 71 of them. His bloodlust kicked in, and he killed over 30 of his neighbors, making up 100 people. This alarmed the Hawkwolf Guard in the city, who sent Black Wolf Guards to capture him. However, they never expected the disciples' cultivation to be so impressive. He killed another 2 Black Wolf Guards before fleeing back to the Vermilion Clothes sect. This violated a great taboo of the Hawkwolf Guard. Wang Pushi personally visited the Vermilion Clothes sect to demand the prisoner's return. In the past, no sect would be bold enough to oppose the Hawkwolf Guard. All they could do was hand over their disciple obediently. However, the Vermilion Clothes sect had already joined the Demon Slayer. There were several dozen sects in front of them, and they had the Sword Collection Palace behind them. They no longer took the Scarlet Hawk commander, Wang Pushi, seriously. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect denied that he was a disciple of the Vermilion Clothes sect. He asked Wang Pushi to look elsewhere. Beside Fu Qingjin, the master of the Vermilion Clothes sect gazed at Wang Pushi's back from afar. His lips curled into a sneer. The Hawkwolf Guard still wanted to strut around like before, but they were mistaken about the situation. The other sect masters and elders were complacent too. Cultivators should have followed their hearts and done whatever they wanted, yet they were constantly restrained by the Hawkwolf Guard. It was truly displeasing. Today, they could finally hold their heads high. Everyone escorted Fu Qingjin back upstairs. Han Xiongji said, "It's not just that. The cases have been very difficult to handle recently. As long as they involve sex, they'll all end up unresolved. It's no wonder the commander is so angry." She looked around before saying to Li Qingshan secretly, "Now that Little Hua has emerged from secluded cultivation, there might be something big happening soon." Li Qingshan shivered inside. The war between humans and demons had yet to begin, yet the battle on the surface had already begun. There would probably be no peace on the surface in the future either. The surface of the water that had remained calm for several millennia began to ripple. The conflict between humans and demons was only the largest vortex, but it had led to countless vortexes with hidden undercurrents. Any single vortex could devour lives. Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Han Xiongji could clearly sense Li Qingshan's nervousness, so she rubbed his head with a smile. The two of them teased each other a little. However, Han Xiongji was mistaken about something. Li Qingshan was nervous not because he was afraid, but because he was excited. He did not dislike a peaceful life, but he was more than willing to treat this world as a paradise for adventures. "Have all the guests arrived?" Hua Sengzan asked his sister. "A few haven't arrived yet, but they might not be coming. It's about time. Let's go in." Hua Chunlu glanced at the name list. Hua Sengzan raised her head and saw a huge ship break through the clouds, descending from the sky. She saw the insignia on the ship, and her eyes lit up. She ordered in a hurry, "Activate the formations." "Qiongji, look who's here." Hua Sengzan arrived with an unprepossessing, short, young man. He was dressed in scholar's robes and did not seem at all elegant. As he stood beside Hua Sengzan, Li Qingshan immediately thought of Wu Dalong and Shimin Qing. However, no one dared to underestimate this Wu Dalong, as he had already reached foundation establishment. Shancheng, you've returned from Pine Suff Academy. Han Qiongji also beamed with joy. To be continued, RQ. Chapter 3, 96. Jiang Shancheng chuckled, but he was unable to hide the arrogance on his face. Among his friends in the past, his background was the worst, and his talent was not particularly great either, yet he just happened to enter Pine Suff Academy and succeed with foundation establishment first. He had specially borrowed the soaring dragon ship from his master this time to see his old friends. It was a glorious time for him to return to his hometown. He enjoyed watching Lu's surprised expression at the entrance very much. It had only been a few years since he last saw her, but she had actually become so beautiful. When he saw Han Qiongji again, his eyes lit up. She was still tall and slender, confident and high-spirited. She had been rather manly in the past, but she now possessed the charm of a mature woman. Little Hua established a foundation, so of course I had to come back and take a look. Where's Tie? Jiang Shancheng's thoughts immediately returned to the past. Back then, he played around with his friends and was often looked down upon by others. Only the three of them never looked down on him, and she even encouraged him greatly. Hua Sengzan said, "You know that Tie hates situations like this the most." "Who's this?" Jiang Shancheng looked around and saw Li Qingshan standing with Han Qiongji. They seemed to be very close, which made him frown. "This is Li Qingshan, the primary disciple of the School of Novels and Qiongji's man," Hua Sengzan introduced with a smile. "What?" Jiang Shancheng saw how Han Qiongji had blushed slightly, but she showed no signs of objecting. His heart sank. "Qiongji, why, you're already married? Why didn't you tell me?" Hua Sengzan said, "It's not just you. None of us were informed." "What's going on?" "Big brother Boar, there's something you don't know." Hua Sengzan told him the entire story with a giggle. "You're just a foundation establishment cultivator. You're still far from being able to have any designs on Big Sister Han." Boar was Jiang Shancheng's nickname in the past. In the past, Hua Qinglu had looked down on Jiang Shancheng. She found him to be timid and very gloomy. Hua Sengzan didn't take it to heart when he brought out such an imposing manner today. But she couldn't stand it. If he hadn't taken her brother's place, how could he have entered Songsoff Academy? You've already. Even though Jiang Shancheng had already cultivated to a level where he could control his vital energy, his face still reddened immediately. It was as if he had been struck by lightning. He had wanted to return to his hometown in glory and fulfill his long-cherished wish, his former dream lover. She had become someone else's woman. "Blockhead, why aren't you saying anything?" "This is my friend, Jiang Shancheng." Han Qiongji blushed slightly. She became even more beautiful, bumping into Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan smiled the entire time. He could tell what Jiang Shancheng was thinking with a single glance. "Kid, you've come far too late. I might not be Shimin Qing, but with my physique, I can't compare to you. At least he is a Wu Erlang, much better than you, brother." He clasped his hands and said, "Li Qingshan greets fellow Jiang. In the future, I will definitely get Uncle Han to agree to this marriage and hold a grand wedding for Qiongji. When the time comes, I will definitely inform everyone. I hope fellow Jiang can come as well." "Qiongji, isn't your insight a little too poor? This person's cultivation is so low, so it's no wonder Uncle Han won't agree. What primary disciple is he? Novelist? Did I hear that right? Doesn't it seem like any random person can become the primary disciple?" Jiang Shancheng's expression became uglier and uglier. A mere 8th layer Qi practitioner actually dared to speak to him like that. Does he think he can stand on equal footing with me just because he's connected to Cheongji? In particular, his victorious attitude made him feel like there was a fishbone stuck in his throat. I can kill 10 people like you with a single wave of my hand. Jiang Shanqing, what are you blabbering about? Before Li Qingshan could say anything, Han Qiongji's expression changed. She called out coldly, "It's not up to you to tell me who I like. Qingshan, let's go." She pulled Li Qingshan, about to make her way into the building. She tried to pull him away, but he did not budge at all. She cursed inside. This man was not someone who could be mocked. Li Qingshan sniggered. Random people can be like that, but not wild boars. You better go back and look in the mirror, sir. You're affecting my appetite by standing here. Jiang Shanqing was furious. Li Qingshan's face merged with the countless mocking faces in his head. He was about to strike back, but Hua Sengzan grabbed him and pulled him upstairs. "Qingzan, let go of me. Today is my celebration, so can't you give me some face? Qiongji really will hate you for injuring him." Jiang Shanqing shot a vicious glance at Li Qingshan. Killing intent flickered in his eyes. If he had the opportunity, he would definitely make this kid die a horrible death. Li Qingshan recovered his silent smile. "I'm not going to stoop to the level of someone who's about to die." Han Qiongji said in irritation, "Will you die if you say anything less?" "I will. Can't you be a little more mature?" "I can't." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "I'm an 18-year-old man. I'm at the age of youth and childishness. Are you jealous?" Han Qiongji was taken aback. She studied his expression in interest. "Huh, just because of that wild boar?" Li Qingshan said in disdain. "He's still my friend after all. Can't you be a little more polite? He hates it when people call him that. It's not like I called him that first. Who the hell would be friends with him?" "You're calling me a ghost. Sure enough, you're jealous. Whatever, I understand. Petty men. If I find a woman and call you ugly and unworthy of me, you'll feel displeased too, right? Can you find one?" Han Qiongji said in disdain. "Chenglu, it's all up to you." Hua Chenglu followed the two of them. Just as she listened in with interest, Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. His expression seemed to say, "I'll leave this important task to you." "I wouldn't dare." Hua Chenglu stuck out her tongue. She was as cute as she could be. "I watched you grow up after all. You're not even going to help me with something like this. I remember that you still owe me something." "Huh? Who did you watch grow up? You're clearly the one who owes me." "Sigh, I've become muddle-headed because of your big sister Han. Sister, if there's anything you want, feel free to tell me." "What big brother? Aren't you ashamed?" "Oh, right. Was what you said earlier true?" "What?" "The wedding." The light of happiness surged through Han Qiongji's eyes. As it turned out, he had been thinking about this the entire time. "I've become muddle-headed from anger. I can't remember." "Don't you dare." Han Qiongji glared at him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. "Now that you've reminded me, I've remembered again. As a man, I'll keep my word." As they spoke, the banquet began. Delicacies flowed out like flowing water. Musical instruments and dancing made it even more beautiful. Gatherings of cultivators were not as particular about etiquette as regular people. Compared to a banquet, it was more like a gathering. People who knew each other gathered in groups, chatting and laughing. Han Qiongji chatted with a group of legalist disciples. Just as Li Qingshan was bored, he suddenly saw a group of people in a corner. There were many people gathered, but it was silent. He walked over to take a look. Chu Danqing was currently painting someone. He had just finished a painting when he felt someone pat him on the shoulder. He turned around. "It's you. Come, let's go drink." Chu Danqing did not turn down the offer, apologizing to everyone. He followed Li Qingshan to the side and sighed. Thank you. Someone had accidentally pointed out his identity, and he was asked to paint. In the end, he painted one painting after another, unable to stop. In particular, the female cultivators begged him with seductive voices. He had no idea how to turn them down. Don't mention it. Drink. Li Qingshan picked up a cup and shoved it into her hands. Spare me. Chu Danqing's face was bitter. If he lost face in front of so many people, he would even consider killing himself. Don't worry. If you make a fool of yourself, I'll knock you out. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. Count me in as well. Jichenzi walked over with a smile. A beautiful woman with a striking bearing followed beside him. Her cultivation was also at the 10th layer. She was the primary disciple of the School of Music, Qinin. She asked with a smile, Junior Sister Little, and isn't here? Afterwards, the primary disciples of the schools of Moism and Agriculture walked over too. Before long, apart from the primary disciples who had yet to arrive, the primary disciples of the schools of thought had all arrived. The chief disciples of the various sects walked over and called out to their friends. They drank with one another, regardless of whether they had ever met before or not. Right now, they all referred to each other as senior and junior brothers, which made them seem very close. Jichenzi raised his cup. Let's all have a drink. Our 100 schools are of the same breath and branch, so we should get closer every day. Li Qingshan smiled. As it seemed, everyone had sensed the commotion and had begun to take action. If the 100 schools of thought were treated as a single sect, then they would be the largest and most powerful sect in the entire Clear River Prefecture, occupying the most resources. Primary disciples like them would be the elite disciples of this sect. The various sects banded together. The Hawkwolf Guard was not the only one who would be provoked. The 100 schools of thought's leading position and everyone's interests would be affected too. The 100 schools of thought that had originally been lax silently mobilized themselves. It's so lively. What are you guys talking about? Han Qiongji arrived behind Li Qingshan and placed her hand on his shoulder with a smile. Hua Songzan had succeeded with foundation establishment. If nothing went wrong, she would become the next primary disciple of the School of Legalism, so she obviously had the right to take part. The other disciples of legalism knew better than to approach them. Wu Zhen also gazed at Li Qingshan from afar. His feelings were very mixed. Who would have thought that the unlucky disciple of the School of Novels in the past would be able to sit there safely? Although his cultivation was the lowest among them, only at the 8th layer, he had already proven his talent and strength countless times. No one dared to underestimate him. Hua Qinglu secretly made up her mind. Even if she did not have her elder brother's talent, as long as she cultivated diligently, she would definitely be able to secure a place among them in the future. Qian Rongji pursed her lips. It seemed like there were more opportunities. Coincidentally, in another corner of the hall, the first senior brothers and senior sisters of the sects had gathered together before they knew it. They chatted and laughed as they gazed over coldly. The hall seemed to be bustling with people, making it a mess. However, there was a clear division between the disciples of the 100 schools and the disciples of the sections. It was much quieter upstairs. The foundation establishment cultivators conversed softly with one another. After the initial politeness, they had unknowingly split into 3 groups. One group consisted of the various sects, while the other group consisted of the leaders of the various schools. The last group consisted of the sects that had yet to join the Demon Slayer, as well as the clans that were currently observing. The Hua family was the leader among them. Although Hua Songzan was a member of the Hawkwolf Guard, The Hua family was connected to the various sects in countless ways. However, the leader of the Hua family did not just stand by and watch. Instead, he moved about and benefited from both sides. Sect Master Chiu Hua Sungzan greeted everyone before arriving before a person. He lowered his head slightly. Before him was the sect master, Begonia. Tonight, she was dressed in a set of faint pink, flowery palace robes with a thin, golden veil draped over it, outlining her exaggerated, alluring figure. Some of her black hair was tied up in a simple bun, while the rest hung by her neck. A tiny red gem hung from her forehead, which was perfect for her appearance. There was a golden ornament with a phoenix hanging in her hair. As she moved gently, it produced a tinkling sound, which gave her a special charm. She was graceful and beautiful, like a peony in full bloom. Ever since Hua Sungzan arrived upstairs, Begonia's gaze had not left him at all. This was exactly what she had been looking forward to for a very long time. However, the two words Sect Master Chiu displeased her. Big Sister Chiu Haitang was delighted. However, she saw a short young man approaching her. His eyes were filled with the kind of unconcealable greed that she often saw. She was stunned for a moment before saying coldly, "Oh, isn't this Shan Chung?" "It's me. I just returned from Pine Suff Academy," Jiang Shancheng said in a hurry. Han Qiongji treated him well, but what interested him the most was still the mature and charming Chiu Haitang. "There's something I want to say to little Hua." Begonia looked away and stared at Hua Sungzan without blinking. Jiang Shancheng was rebuffed. He thought of something and went downstairs again, arriving before Han Qiongji. "Qiongji, there's something I want to say to you." Everyone stopped talking and looked at Han Qiongji. Han Qiongji looked at Li Qingshan helplessly, and Li Qingshan nodded with a smile. "If you want to speak ill of him, you don't have to. Plus, we can't be friends anymore." Han Qiongji cut to the chase in the corner of the room. "We've been friends for so many years, yet you treat me like this for an outsider. If this continues, you'll suffer. I can ask Uncle Han for your hand in marriage. He'll definitely agree. Let's just be friends." Only then did Han Qiongji understand what he was trying to say. She shook her head with a smile and patted his shoulder before returning to Li Qingshan's side. "Qiongji." Jiang Shancheng felt extremely aggrieved inside. He felt like he had failed to achieve his objective at all. With his return this time, he utterly resented Li Qingshan. He was a mighty foundation establishment cultivator, yet he had actually been humiliated by a Qi practitioner like this. If he did not get his revenge, he would cease to be human. Returning upstairs, he came across Begonia. Her face was gloomy and her eyes were red. "Shancheng, I want to go back. Send me off." All right." Jiang Shancheng was overjoyed. As a foundation establishment cultivator, why would he need someone to send him off? Was this not some kind of hint? Hua Sungzan extended his hand. His lips trembled, but he said nothing in the end. Begonia waited for a while, before finally smiling miserably and leaving first. Jiang Shancheng winked at Hua Sungzan. "Qingzan, if you don't want it, don't blame me for beating you to it." Li Qingshan gazed out the window. The soaring dragon ship rose into the air and swirled the cup in his hand. The water rippled. In the vast and boundless lake of dragons and snakes, something was surging under the black water. A figure broke through the surface of the water and passed through the curtain of rain. It flapped a pair of wind-divine wings and flew towards the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he pierced through the clouds. The stars shone resplendently, and the bright moon hung like a hook. After flying for a while, he saw a huge, dragon-shaped ship over 300 meters in length sailing through the sea of clouds. It was like the legendary dragon whale that drifted through the sea. Li Qingshan folded his wings and kicked up a wave of air. He flew off and caught up to the soaring dragon ship. He landed on the spacious, empty deck and pushed open the cabin door. "You wild boar, how dare you set your sights on my woman? I'll send you on your way, right now." To be continued. RQ. Chapter 397. Li Qingshan stepped on the soft carpet and raised an eyebrow. All he heard was the clanking of machinery from behind the walls on the two sides of the corridor. Exquisite patterns lit up on the luxurious carpet, crawling out of the ground like vines and wrapping around Li Qingshan. The walls on the left and right flipped over. Countless specks of cold light flickered behind the pitch-black walls, and a forest of spears suddenly stabbed out. Crack! Crack! Machine crossbows protruded from the ceiling. Like a swarm of locusts, they rained down. The quiet corridor was immediately filled with death traps. It was a sure kill situation. The assassination plan has failed. Li Qingshan let out a long sigh. He had known this ship would not be so simple. Haitang, drink some alcohol and cool down. Qingzan was just confused for a moment. In the luxurious cabin, Jiang Shancheng picked up a cup of alcohol and passed it to Begonia. He studied her delicate figure countless times from the corner of his eye. His eyes remained fixed on her beautiful face that resembled a crabapple flower the entire time. Begonia felt disgusted when she saw how he feigned pity and struggled to hide his face, but she still accepted the alcohol and drank it all. Jiang Shancheng was overjoyed. He passed the alcohol over and over again, and Begonia drank it all without any hesitation. From the beginning until the end, he just rambled on. Begonia remained silent. Before long, Begonia's face became flushed. Her eyes were like water as they drifted about. She was incomparably beautiful. There was sorrow in her eyes, but after all these years of painstakingly practicing the arts of charm, every frown or smile of hers was filled with unparalleled charm. Jiang Shancheng was basically stunned. Begonia's smile bloomed like a flower. A voice rang out from the center of the flower. "Am I beautiful?" "Yes, you're absolutely beautiful." Begonia laughed aloud. "Haitang, you're drunk. I'll help you get some rest." Jiang Shancheng could no longer hold himself back and grabbed Begonia's hand. Begonia actually did not reject him. He was intoxicated. "Sigh, there are still many good men in the world, so why must you be so hung up on one?" "Actually, He stopped there. His expression changed as he took out an item and looked at it. It was like an exquisite palm-sized rudder, flashing with brilliance. "Someone has broken in. I want to see who is so daring. I will definitely make him die a horrible death." Having his matters interrupted, Jiang Shancheng was furious. If he missed this opportunity, he would never get another one. Right now, Begonia was in a state of dejection, or she would never look at him properly. Was it him? A strong sense of hope rose in Begonia's heart, and her face lit up. Jiang Shancheng felt even more uneasy. He was also afraid that Hua Sengzan would chase after him. "Oh, Qingzan, they were friends after all. Why did you have to ruin my plans?" Rays of light shot out from the center of the helm. They formed a picture in the air, showing the situation of every part of the cabin. Everything came into view. In the end, it fixed on the crimson figure at the entrance of the cabin. Begonia was greatly disappointed. Jiang Shancheng eased up. As long as it was not Hua Sengzan, then everything would be fine. The soaring dragon ship had a defensive formation, but the energy it consumed had always been extremely great. If they activated the formation, it would consume even more. With 2 Foundation establishment cultivators present, even if an enemy attacked, they would probably piss their pants in fright as soon as they saw the symbol of their Pine Suff Academy. Jiang Shancheng activated the defensive mechanisms in the cabin, as if he did not care about the intruder at all. He watched as the crimson figure was swallowed by the spears and crossbow bolts and smiled proudly. The mechanisms and traps in the soaring dragon ship were all the work of Mahist masters. They possessed startling power. Even if the intruder was a piece of steel, he would become a hornet's nest. Within the deathly silence, there were creaks, and cracks. There was a series of twisting and snapping sounds. Boom! The spears snapped, and the crossbow bolts scattered. Li Qingshan was unscathed. The spirit turtle's profound shell enveloped him completely. He stepped forward and discovered that the patterns on the carpet were still entangled. He frowned, and the carpet was torn to pieces. His hands fell to the sides of his thighs, and he discovered that his legs were bare. He was running around naked. He plucked out a strand of red hair and turned it into a pair of trousers. He shoved his hands into his pockets in satisfaction and made his way into the depths of the cabin. What's going on? Jiang Shanqing's expression changed drastically. A terrifying sense of danger filled his heart. The figure seemed rather familiar. You still don't remember? Begonia sneered drunkenly after her disappointment. Her heart became even colder. Jiang Shanqing suddenly remembered the great matter that had shaken up the world a while ago. Even now, the repercussions were still lingering. He had once seen a painting of the terrifying wretched demon who had killed the lone grave elder and the golden pheasant elder, as well as frightened the green vine elder to the point where he dared not leave his mountain. He looked at the image projected by the rudder. That's right, it was him. Jiang Shanqing paled in fright. The rudder in his hand shone brightly as he gave an order to the soaring dragon ship. Activate all mechanisms. Mobilize all puppets. The soaring dragon ship trembled gently. The sounds of countless mechanisms activating overlapped with each other. It was like thunder, like the roar of a dragon or whale. Li Qingshan arrived in a large cabin. An army of puppets waited there. 2 specks of light flickered in their eyes. They all turned around and looked at Li Qingshan. The crossbow bolts rained down like a black storm. Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and dispersed the storm. He wrinkled his nose and curled his lips. Boar, I found you. He had no idea what kind of wood the soaring dragon ship was made of. Not only was it extremely tough, but it greatly affected his senses of aura. However, his scent was not affected at all. He had already grasped the trail of a scent. It was a strange fragrance that did not disperse. With a flash, Li Qingshan followed the scent and advanced by leaps and bounds. This Bo Jiang Shor is a deviant. He even uses perfume. Thump, 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 thump. The cabin doors closed up before him. Boom, boom, boom. Li Qingshan smashed through them one by one. Behind him, groups of puppets pursued him relentlessly. Up ahead, various traps appeared one after another. Sometimes the floor would suddenly cave in and spit out fire. Sometimes the walls would suddenly squeeze in. It was like a whale wriggling its stomach and secreting digestive fluids, desperately trying to strangle an outsider like him. However, Li Qingshan was a foreign object. It could not digest. What do we do? Big Sis Joe, what do we do? The ship's wheel reflected everything faithfully. Seeing Li Qingshan rush over, Jiang Shanqing sweated profusely. He still had some self-awareness. He was only an early foundation establishment cultivator. He had only managed to reach foundation establishment out of sheer luck. However, Li Qingshan had fought against 3 of them alone, killing 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators and almost killing the late foundation establishment green vine elder. He was a great wretched demon with a vicious reputation. I don't know. Begonia also knew she probably wouldn't be able to survive today, but she remained calm instead. If I die here, I'll make that heartless person regret it for the rest of his life. Oh, right, your arts of charm might work. Jiang Shanqing took out a stack of talismans in a hurry and stuck them on the cabin door. I'll use my arts of charm to draw his attention so that you can use the opportunity to escape, right? Jiang Shanqing became slightly awkward after Begonia exposed his plan. He wanted to try and persuade her otherwise. Boom! With a great rumble, the heavy cabin door suddenly caved in, sending wooden splinters flying everywhere. The inscriptions on the door twisted. Before this terrifying power, they bowed their heads in submission. Is anyone home? After saying that, Li Qingshan unleashed another punch, and cracks appeared on the cabin door. If you're home, please open the door, all right? Boom. The cabin door was on the verge of shattering. The voice from outside was sinister and deranged, which chilled Jiang Shanqing. Without another word, he abandoned Begonia and fled through a secret passageway in the corner of the room. Boom! The cabin door was torn apart, and pieces of it shot out. The fiendish demon, with waist-length crimson hair and an insolent face, appeared in front of the door. Even though Qiu Haidang had disregarded her own life and death, that intense pressure still caused her pupils to shrink. Why was Begonia on the ship as well? Li Qingshan finally understood where the fragrance had come from, but he struck out without any hesitation. With a flash, he arrived before Begonia and grabbed her slender, white neck. Just you. Qiu Haidang stared at his face and did not speak. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Qingshan was rather curious. Begonia did not resist at all. She did not even use the arts of charm she was skilled in. Begonia sneered miserably. Li Qingshan guessed the whole story from her pitiful expression that seemed to say, "There's nothing I can do about it." Hua Sengzan's infatuation had not changed. Begonia had fallen for him, but he was heartless. Li Qingshan tossed her aside and slammed her against the wall. Afterwards, he wrinkled his nose and kicked open the secret passageway, chasing after her. The secret passageway closed behind him. Seeing how Begonia did not chase after him, Jiang Shanqing let out a sigh of relief. As long as he kept her busy, he could escape from the cabin. He glanced at the tiny ship's wheel in his hand. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to turn the tables. The soaring dragon ship continued to sail through the sea of clouds under the moon. A small door suddenly opened at the back of the ship, and Jiang Shanqing stuck his head out. All he saw was the sea of clouds churning backwards. With a clang, a supreme grade spiritual sword flew out. He stepped on it and rode it away. He glanced at the ship's wheel in his hand and hesitated. Although there was a chance for him to turn the tables, it was far too dangerous. Whatever. The consequences of losing a soaring dragon ship were severe, but as long as he was alive, there was hope. As long as he survived this, his future would still be bright. There was no need for him to risk his life against a wretched demon, so he had to flee. Jiang Shanqing sensed something and suddenly looked back. All he saw was 2 specks of scarlet light in the secret door. Oh no, a strike of righteousness. Li Qingshan lunged over. Jiang Shanqing formed a seal with his hand, and the supreme grade spiritual sword turned into a streak of snow-white light. Human cultivators were not as tough as demon cultivators, but they could control their swords to kill. They moved with startling speed and showed off their abilities. If they truly fought, even regular demon generals might not necessarily be able to emerge victorious. However, was Li Qingshan a regular demon general? He flapped his wings of wind and suddenly turned around. The edge of the streak of light brushed past the spirit turtle's profound shell, and the light collided violently, illuminating Li Qingshan's smile. He avoided the sword chi and shot past it without slowing down at all. He extended his right hand towards Jiang Shancheng. Jiang Shancheng retreated in a hurry and took out a scarlet talisman. This was a life-saving talisman that the Pine Suff Academy bestowed upon Foundation establishment disciples. It possessed startling power. Before he could use it, a black shadow enveloped him, blotting out the moon and stars. Li Qingshan's right hand turned into a huge, pitch-black claw, grabbing Jiang Shancheng. He suddenly tightened his grip, and there was a delightful sound of bones shattering. He sniggered viciously. After the lesson from the Green Vine Elder, it was still very necessary for him to reduce his enemy to a pulp, and this guy had always been a piece of scum. He didn't even spare his good friend's woman, even running away after abandoning her. I'll make you a little more deserving of your name. Chapter 398. The sky collapsed, and the sea of clouds surged. Both of them were boundless, completely silent. Even the soaring dragon ship had stopped, as if it was silently observing the outcome of the battle. There was a flash of sparks, followed by a violent boom. Li Qingshan felt his hand heat up, and flames shot out from between his fingers. Jiang Shancheng knew he was doomed, so he actually activated the Scarlet Talisman regardless of the consequences. The calm atmosphere was violently ripped apart, whistling through the air. The sea of clouds parted layer by layer, and a great hole appeared. Li Qingshan collided with the soaring dragon ship, and he felt intense pain. His right hand had already been charred, and the huge soaring dragon ship trembled. Jiang Shancheng rode a white streak of light and fled into the distance. Li Qingshan waved his right hand, and the charred part dispersed, revealing his skin. With his recovery abilities, a wound like this was nothing, but it had depleted a lot of demon chi. He thought to himself, sure enough, no Foundation establishment cultivator can be underestimated. If I'm too careless, it really is possible for me to fail miserably. If the Scarlet Talisman had been a little closer, he might not have been able to maintain his clone due to overexertion of demon chi even with the spirit turtle's profound shell. Li Qingshan spread his wings and pursued. In a few seconds, he had arrived behind Jiang Shancheng. Jiang Shancheng was charred all over. Although he was the one who had activated the talisman, it did not originate from his own power. Detonating it at such a close distance still left him heavily injured. It was impossible for him to put up a fight anymore. However, he roared out viciously, "You wretched demon, I'm going to take you down with me." "Just you?" Li Qingshan sneered. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger and looked back. Tiny doors opened on the side of the soaring dragon ship. Countless pitch-black cannons protruded out. Specks of light gathered together, and the cannons grew brighter and brighter. In the gloomy night, a drunkard walked on a small road in the countryside. Suddenly, he heard a clap of thunder. The road had always been slippery on a rainy night. He leapt in fright and fell to the ground. Damn it! Why is autumn still? He raised his head and opened his mouth, forgetting to close it. All he saw was a hole in the sky. The hole was filled with stars, and a pillar of silver light connected the sky and the earth. He swallowed his saliva, dumbfounded by this strange scene. Before he could react, dozens of rays of light pierced through the clouds, crisscrossing each other. From afar, it was as thin as a thread. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a beam of light and landed not far away from him. Immediately, it became a bottomless black hole. "Immortal, please spare my life. Please spare my life. I won't drink any more, and I won't beat my wife." His drunkenness had completely disappeared, and he was so scared that he knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Die! The power of the soaring dragon ship surprised even Jiang Shancheng. He ravished with joy as he gripped the ship's wheel. He activated it repeatedly. The soaring dragon ship was not a transport ship, nor was it used to show off. Instead, It was the crystallization of the wisdom of countless craftsmen of the Mo family. It was truly an unparalleled war machine. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and spared no effort to soar between the light pillars. He flew straight, moved sideways, and descended 100 feet into the sea of clouds. The light pursued him relentlessly, completely unaffected by the clouds. It did not give him any time to catch his breath. Jiang Shancheng gazed at the sea of clouds, cautiously. He flew towards the soaring dragon ship on his flying sword. As long as he returned to the ship and activated the defensive formations, the demon would not be able to do anything to him anymore. Li Qingshan turned around rapidly. He dared not stop for even a moment, but he stared straight at Jiang Shancheng. He casually fished out an item from his 100 treasures pouch, weighed it in his hand, and threw it as hard as he could. Jiang Shancheng was just about to return to the ship when his entire body ached like it was being ripped apart. He felt like he could collapse at any time. He was both overjoyed and panicked. He flew quickly on his flying sword, but he came to a halt and lowered his head in disbelief. A bloodied spear had pierced his chest. Behind him, a great flag fluttered. As it turned out, what Li Qingshan had thrown out at a critical moment was a great flag. What had pierced Jiang Shancheng was the pole of the flag. His life slipped away rapidly. Jiang Shancheng widened his eyes. I'm even more powerful than Hua Sengzan, Han Tie, and other geniuses with good backgrounds and good looks, yet I'm actually going to die here. I'm going to die to a wretched demon. I refuse to accept this. Li Qingshan rose up into the sea of clouds and shifted sideways. A streak of light shot past him, drawing a slight arc as it flew towards the end of the sea of clouds. This was also the soaring dragon ship's final attack. Under the stars, Li Qingshan leapt onto the deck. He crouched down as his red hair danced around. He held the ship's wheel in one hand and the flag in the other. Jiang Shancheng hung on the pole. With a swing of the pole, Jiang Shancheng landed on the deck. He only had a sliver of breath left. He said weakly, I beg you, don't kill me. Pine Suff Academy won't spare you. The Demon Slayer won't spare you. I'll let you know what's going on. I'm Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan whispered into Jiang Shancheng's ear. Jiang Shancheng's eyes widened. He wanted to say something. Li Qingshan grabbed his head and twisted it 3 times before tossing it into his 100 treasures pouch. He planned on taking it back for little and as a snack. Is this the controller? Li Qingshan fiddled with the ship's wheel in his hand. The power of the soaring dragon ship had tempted him greatly, but he discovered that he actually could not use it. The ship's wheel did not respond to demon chi at all, and he could not use true chi. If I can't use it, then I can't use it. Li Qingshan stowed the ship's wheel away. He hoisted the flag and made his way into the hold of the ship. With this much effort, the woman should have fled already. Li Qingshan held back his killing intent. Although he had once sworn that he would bathe the sect in blood, that was all a few years ago. He had already taken his revenge, so he did not have any direct grievances with Begonia. He would spare her wherever possible. She could be regarded as one of Hua Sengzan's confidants. If he killed her, it would be difficult for him to meet her in the future. However, if he wanted to spare her, he could not make it too obvious, or it would raise suspicion. As a result, Li Qingshan had purposefully thrown her against the wall and injured her slightly before chasing after Jiang Shancheng. He could just treat it as a moment of carelessness, which could be considered as an explanation. No way. Just as Li Qingshan was moved by his broad-mindedness, gentleness, and the importance he placed on friendship, he returned to the hold of the ship. He saw that Begonia was still there. Begonia did not seem to sense his departure or return at all. She only cared about drinking by herself, and she did not even ask about Jiang Shancheng's fate. It was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with her. You didn't flee? Li Qingshan asked in disbelief. Can I? Begonia countered with a question. Actually, after Li Qingshan left, she had considered fleeing as well, but she immediately dismissed that thought. Even if she fled, how far could she go? With his speed, he would probably catch up in an instant. Of course not. Li Qingshan was taken aback. If he pursued her wholeheartedly, it would indeed be very difficult for Begonia to escape. He had no idea how to react. I've come up with this brilliant plan to spare your life, yet you don't even appreciate it. Then why run? If you want to kill me, then kill me. If I kill you just because you want me to, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Li Qingshan bellowed out. He snatched the jug of alcohol and drank it all in one gulp. The light in his eyes flickered as if he wanted to strip off Begonia's clothes. He pinched her chin and smiled lewdly. Play with me first. This was Li Qingshan's second brilliant plan. She was still a woman after all. Even if she did not fear death, it was impossible for her to not fear something like this. She would definitely say something like, if you come any closer, I'll kill myself. So he would go with the flow and let her go for now. Afterwards, he would purposefully give her an opportunity, and she would definitely do her best to flee. Li Qingshan could not help but feel proud of himself for being able to come up with a second brilliant plan in such a short amount of time. You're much more honest than the one before, and you're much more pleasing to the eye. Sorrow flashed through Begonia's eyes, but she remained unfazed. Li Qingshan almost cursed aloud. Wasn't he just a man? Did he have to act like this? A mighty sect master, a foundation establishment cultivator, was actually a love-struck fool. She sure was a match made in heaven with that romantic. Originally, I wanted to keep a low profile and finish off Jiang Shanqing silently, but it's all because of you that my plan fell through. If I go back and mention it, it'll probably lead to suspicion on Li Qingshan. I'll kill one, I'll kill two. Since you don't want to live anymore, I'll fulfill your wish. In for a penny, in for a pound. I'll silence you. Li Qingshan frowned, and killing intent surged. He grinned, revealing his long fangs. He felt like he wanted to bite off her fair neck in a single bite. Begonia just closed her eyes, ready to receive the humiliation that was about to come. Suddenly, she thought of Hua Sengzan and felt bitter inside. She was so unfortunate, so why did she have to make him even sadder? She might as well go with her innocence. A clear tear slid down from the corner of her eye. She was about to use her spiritual qi to end her own life. Li Qingshan shuddered inside. What's wrong with me? Why is my killing intent so heavy? The spirit turtle's strength still surpassed the ox demon and tiger demon perfectly. It should not have been like this. This feeling was like a shackle in the depths of his heart had vanished. He looked around and suddenly understood what he was missing. Little and was not by his side. So he did not want to set an example. He was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. He almost broke free from the final shackle of human nature and became a demon through and through, fearless and doing whatever he wanted. He even wanted to strip Begonia naked and humiliate her without restraint. So-called morals were extremely fragile before absolute power. The uninhabited environment only encouraged the growth of darkness. Boring. Begonia was taken aback. She opened her eyes and saw Li Qingshan retreat to the back of the table. He picked up the jar of alcohol and began to gulp it down. A woman who doesn't fight back is even more boring than an enemy who doesn't fight back. Li Qingshan said, if I become like that, what right do I have to teach little? And what right do you have to talk about freedom when you're being controlled? Wouldn't that make me even worse than that crazy woman, Qian Rongji? Come with me. Li Qingshan strode out of the cabin. Begonia could not help but follow him. Just what was this demon trying to do? Catch! Arriving on the deck, Li Qingshan tossed something out. Begonia caught it and took a look. It was the tiny ship. Li Qingshan crossed his arms. If you assist me, I'll spare your life. I promise I won't touch a hair on you. Where do you want to go? Although Begonia's mind was in a mess now that her hopes of many years had been dashed, she was still someone who had cultivated for many years after all. Her willpower was firm, especially after what happened just now. Her will to live instead surged, allowing her to recover some of her usual calmness. Li Qingshan smiled. The Green Vine Mountain. Chapter 399. Li Qingshan gazed at the clouds in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. He had already made a big deal out of this anyway, so he might as well cover it up with something even bigger. Fu Qingjin, let's see whether I'm worthy of carrying your shoes or not. You want to kill the Green Vine Elder. Begonia was alarmed. He was still not satisfied with killing a disciple of Pine's Suff Academy, Jiang Shancheng. No, perhaps this was his original objective. He wanted to intercept the soaring dragon ship and destroy the protective formation of the Green Vine Mountain. That's right. Li Qingshan had originally come up with this idea on the spur of the moment. The more he thought about it, the more he found it to be a good idea. He had heard that the Demon Slayer had cast down some duality formation of disintegration on the Green Vine Mountain. It was extremely impressive, so he could use the soaring dragon ship to destroy it. Fu Qingjin, if you're bold enough to attend the banquet, I'll make the Green Vine Elder die for you. If I help you, wouldn't I be a sinner? It can't be worse than death, right? How come I don't know whether you'll keep your promise or not? Begonia studied him. Looks like you don't have much of a choice. Li Qingshan grinned, revealing his fangs. Fine then. Begonia no longer hesitated. Just like he had said, she had no choice at all. The other reason was that she felt like he had no ill intentions towards her for some reason. This feeling was completely unreasonable. Was it just because of his extraordinary appearance that was no less handsome than Hua Sengzan's? She shook her head. It was not like she was actually infatuated with him. Under Begonia's control, the soaring dragon ship slowly turned around and parted the clouds, flying in the direction of the Green Vine Mountain. Li Qingshan sat on the dragon's head at the front of the ship. The breeze ruffled his scarlet hair, as well as Begonia's dress nearby. She stared at his back. What happened tonight was so strange. It was completely unimaginable. She had never thought that Hua Sengzan would actually turn her down. She had never thought that she would almost be humiliated by a despicable person. And now, she was actually helping a demon attack the Green Vine Mountain. Qingshan, what are you laughing about? Li Qingshan came back to his senses. In the brightly lit hall, Han Qiongji sat beside him and looked at him strangely. Han Qiongji said, "What are you thinking about?" "I've been daydreaming since just now." Jichenzi and the others also looked over curiously. "Are you thinking of another woman?" Zithernote teased. As the chief disciple of the music school, even her usual words would not change. They seemed to have a mysterious rhythm to them, and their voices were indescribably sweet and moving. With a beauty like Senior Sister Qin here, how can I think about other women? Li Qingshan laughed. At this moment, two scenes unfolded before Li Qingshan's eyes. One was above the sea of clouds, the moon and stars filling the sky. The other was the Hua family's banquet, filled with distinguished guests. It was difficult for outsiders to understand the meaning behind it. "Thank you for your praise, junior brother." Qinin pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes seemed to be cold and filled with emotion. She was originally an extremely aloof person. She focused on music and did not like to socialize with others. However, at a time like this, She was forced to use her advantage as a female cultivator to befriend some powerful figures from the 100 schools of thought. Once she really did start messing around, the music family would definitely be involved as one of the 100 schools. Even if she did not plan for herself, she had to consider the junior sisters of the music family. Li Qingshan wanted to joke around a little more. Han Qiongji pinched his ear and smiled. If it weren't for me, would you still be thinking about pursuing senior sister Qin? How did you know? If you keep pinching it, it'll fall off. Everyone roared with laughter. However, the sounds of dispute rang out from the other side of the hall. Beauty, come and have a drink with us. We'll let you go after a drink. Hua Qinglu greeted Hua Sengzan one after another. She arrived before the disciples of the Vermilion Clothes sect. A man with a full beard grabbed her wrist. He was drunk. The rest of the people at his table were also drunk and joined in the commotion. Please behave yourself. My elder brother is Hua Sengzan. Hua Qinglu struggled, but she was unable to break free. Her cultivation was only at the 5th layer, while the man was already at the 9th layer. Second senior brother, just let it go. This is the Hua family. Some of the sober ones tried to persuade him softly. What was Sengzan? He's just trash from the Hawkwolf Guard. Is he bold enough to offend me, the demon slayer? The man was taken aback. He sobered up slightly and said something vicious before letting go awkwardly. Everyone in the hall had sharp ears and eyes. The disciples of legalism were all angered. Han Qiongji frowned, but she did not lose her temper. Ever since Hua Sengzan entered secluded cultivation, she had always been handling the matters of the Hawkwolf Guard. She was already the primary disciple of the school of legalism, so before she knew it, she had become much more level-headed. In particular, they were about to embark on a major operation. If they alerted the enemy, it would be bad. Damn scoundrel, take this! Bang! There was a flash of 5-colored light, and Chu Tian appeared out of nowhere. He used the palm of the 5 elements and slammed it against the second senior brother. The second senior brother was also at the 9th layer, but how could he rival Chu Tian, who practiced all 5 elements? He slammed into the table before slamming into the wall heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Junior sister, are you fine? Chu Tian turned around and grabbed Hua Qinglu's hand. His face was filled with concern. The noisy hall immediately fell silent. Hua Qinglu was stunned. Who needed you to save the damsel in distress? If it were not for the bigger picture, if she did not want to ruin Hua Sengzan's celebration, would the Hua family be lacking masters with just a single word from her? If the second senior brother continued, even the first senior brothers would not just sit by and watch, allowing him to offend the Hua family. Just you pieces of trash. Why don't you take a look at where you are? Chu Tian cursed loudly. As it turns out, this guy's idiocy is not just directed at me. Li Qingshan was amused inside. He felt much better, for some reason. This bastard's ability to mock was truly impressive. The expressions of the sect disciples changed, and they all stood up. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Immediately, a small interlude developed into a major matter. The second senior brother shook his head and returned to his senses. He was furious, and his face reddened. He drew his blade and swung it at Chu Tian. Chu Tian sneered. Trash was trash. This was a great opportunity for him to show off. 5-colored light erupted, and he did not forget to smile at Hua Qinglu. Don't worry, junior sister. I'm here. Ludan, back down. Chu Tian, stop. 2 voices rang out. 2 figures, one red and one white, basically arrived at the same time as the voices. One grabbed the back of Lu Dun's blade, while the other grabbed Chu Tian's shoulder. Lu Dun and Chu Tian were both arrogant people, but when they saw the two of them, they could only stop and refer to them as senior brothers. The two senior brothers looked at one another and reported their names. Jean Faping of the Vermilion Clothes sect, Wei Yangsheng of the School of Confucianism. Why did you hurt my people? It's just a misunderstanding. Looks like your esteemed sect's disciples possess impressive cultivation, so they're fine. Let's leave it at that. Misunderstanding? Then why don't we return a palm strike to resolve the misunderstanding? What do you think, fellow? Of course not. It might be a misunderstanding, but it's just for your esteemed sect's sake. It's actually a lesson. None of them wanted to make a big deal out of it, but they still clashed verbally. Neither of them wanted to lose the upper hand. Li Qingshan sat in a corner and watched on in interest. Suddenly, he heard a voice by his ear. Pine Suff Academy has already received the distress signal. They'll definitely catch up very soon. Their academy head is a golden core cultivator, yet you still want to go to the Green Vine Mountain? Aren't you afraid of being killed? Li Qingshan turned around. Under the bright moon, Begonia stood on the deck with her hands in her sleeves. Her clothes drifted about. Just them alone can't kill me. Is this your clone? Begonia had no plans of persuading him to leave. She just wanted to break the silence. This demon general shrouded in danger, and mystery had piqued her curiosity. His mannerisms even left her rather surprised. She happened to think of a piece of information she had heard before, so she probed him. How did you know? Li Qingshan's words made Begonia completely give up on fighting back. Even if she managed to kill this clone out of luck, she would still suffer vicious revenge. If the avatar was already like this, how strong would the main body be? That's not exactly a secret. I'm very curious. Where is your original body? Begonia immediately grasped the crux of the matter. It's time for you to satisfy my curiosity. Why do you look like you're about to die? Li Qingshan avoided answering the question. Why don't you take a guess? Begonia was tactful and did not pursue the matter. He sat down with his legs crossed. I'm guessing a man dumped you. How did you know? Begonia was surprised at first, but then she broke into laughter. My actions are already so obvious that even demons can tell. Tell me, what kind of man is it? Li Qingshan admitted that he was a little nosy. However, it was extremely interesting to explore the secrets of these familiar people as a stranger. I don't want to say it. Be careful or I'll kill you. I won't say it either. Then forget it. After a long moment of silence, Begonia frowned. Now that the person she had purposefully forgotten was mentioned, it lingered in her heart. Finally, she said, He's called Hua Sengzan. From the first sentence onwards, the rest of her words were like a dam collapsing. She poured on endlessly, going from being moved by a chance encounter to infatuation towards the end. Her gaze passed through Li Qingshan and reached an extremely distant, hazy place. Perhaps she no longer cared who it was before her. She just wanted to talk. Demons don't understand these things. I actually told you so much. Begonia smiled in a self-deprecating manner. Jiang Shancheng only wanted to take advantage of her when she was down, but in the end, she actually heard about a demon who had almost killed her. Fate sure was unpredictable. Of course, if it were a human, a friend who wanted to listen to what she had to say, it would be impossible. Even if I tell a tree hole what's on my mind, I'll feel much better. Li Qingshan smiled. Originally, he looked down on her behavior, but towards the end, he actually could not help but sigh slightly. Begonia was taken aback. Sure enough, she felt much better, which made her even more surprised. Did demons care about her feelings? And why don't demons understand? Han Qiongji's figure appeared in Li Qingshan's head, and he smiled. Qingshan, you do it. Han Qiongji nudged Li Qingshan. What should I do? Oh, I know. Li Qingshan was taken aback before coming to an understanding. Although he was just now paying close attention to Begonia's story, he still paid some attention to this side. Jin Feiping and Wei Yangsheng engaged in a verbal battle, gradually becoming angry. They refused to just let it go. At this moment, Hua Sengzan and the master of the vermilion-clothed sect went downstairs to mediate. They wanted to set up a topic and compete against each other. It would not harm their relationship, and it would also liven up the atmosphere of the banquet. The loser would have to apologize and admit their mistakes. On the soaring dragon ship, Begonia looked at Li Qingshan with a smile as she sank into her memories. She remained silent for a very long time. She felt very unbalanced. Do even demons have unforgettable feelings these days? The heavens are far too unfair to me. Oi, we've arrived at the Greenvine Mountain. P.S. My right wrist has been very uncomfortable recently, so I haven't been able to update it properly. I've done a Yunnan Baiyao patch, so it should be fine very soon. Anyway, please forgive me. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 400. The crowd split into two sides. Li Qingshan walked to the center and asked, "What do you want to compete in?" "Compete in strength. You are not allowed to attack each other. Whoever leaves this circle loses. Don't tell me you're the one who's going to compete." Jin Feiping drew with his finger, and a circle the size of a round table appeared on the floor. Then he raised his eyebrows and looked at Li Qingshan with great interest. When the disciples saw that Li Qingshan was only in the 8th layer of qi training, they all showed disdainful expressions. Strength was only a part of strength. Qi was the most important. Between qi practitioners, the difference between each layer was a huge gap in strength. It also determined the level of body tempering. Without the nourishment of qi, forcefully tempering the body would not only be beneficial but also harmful. This was common knowledge in the cultivation world. I thought the 100 Schools of Thought was amazing, but it turns out it's only SOSO. They can't even find a decent body tempering cultivator, and let this guy come out to be humiliated. Yeah, let's wait for a good show. We have that senior brother on our side. The disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought had all seen Li Qingshan's strength. They retorted loudly, and some even shouted, "Senior brother Li will win." For a moment, the scene was extremely noisy. Suddenly, a figure stood up from the crowd. It was a 9-feet-tall giant. It turned out that he had been sitting there the whole time. It looked like he was about the same height as the people standing beside him. The giant walked out of the crowd and arrived in front of Li Qingshan, casting a huge shadow. His cultivation was at the 10th layer of qi training, similar to the eldest senior brother. His eyes were like copper bells, his mouth was like a tiger's, and his nose was like a lion's. The muscles on his body were bulging. His arms could really run a horse, and his fists could stand on them. He was filled with a heavy and vigorous aura, especially the bulge on his forehead. He looked even more arrogant and ferocious. He looked down at Li Qingshan from above with a contemptuous smile on his face. "I heard you want to compete with me in strength?" The noise stopped, and the disciples roared with laughter. Although Li Qingshan had a tall figure, standing in front of him, he looked thin and weak. The disciples of the 100 Schools of Thought calmed down and looked at each other. They no longer had the confidence they had just now. Jin Feiping smiled. He was the one who came up with this question. He was determined to win. Horned rhinoceros mountain splitting art. It was said that when cultivated to the extreme, one would have the power to split mountains. He was a little slow, but there was no reason for him to lose this kind of competition. Li Qingshan saw Hua Sengzan in the crowd and grinned at him. Bro, I've heard a lot about you. Hua Sungzan was confused by his laughter. He nodded to signal him to be careful, but he seemed to be absent-minded. He was thinking about Begonia. I'm talking to you. The huge man glared at him with his bell-like eyes. I am the head disciple of the School of Novels, Li Qingshan. Let's begin. Li Qingshan turned around and clasped his hands. Even though he addressed himself as this one, he didn't even mention the other party's name or sect. He was even more absent-minded than Hua Sungzan. It couldn't be helped. It wasn't easy to multitask. His voice faded away. Another burst of mocking laughter came from the other side. What? A disciple of the School of Novels? Is there such a school among the 100 schools? Li Qingshan was about to say something even more mocking, but Begonia's voice reached his ears clearly, so he shut his mouth. He stood in the middle of the circle, casually. Come. Once he finished speaking, he closed his eyes as well. He was truly arrogant. The huge man flew into a rage. He wanted to use this battle to boost Bighorn, Rhinoceros Mountain's reputation among the Demon Slayer and gain more benefits, but his opponent did not give him the chance. A pair of fan-like hands grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulders. He was not in a hurry to push Li Qingshan out of the circle. The huge man smiled savagely and made up his mind to break dozens of bones in Li Qingshan's body. Qingshan! Han Qiongji's heart skipped a beat. Even though she was confident in Li Qingshan, she felt that he was being too careless. The huge man exerted his godly strength on Li Qingshan, but the sneer on his face gradually disappeared. No matter how much strength he exerted, it was useless. This boy's body is 100 times harder than pig iron. Since he dares to come out and fight, he really has some skills. Don't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The vermilion-clothed sect master was a little impatient. While he's careless, I'll throw him out and let him fall flat on his face. That way, I'll be able to vent some of my hatred. The huge man no longer looked down on Chu Feng. He roared, and his voice was like thunder on the flat ground. His arms bulged, and he pushed with all his might. Chu Feng did not move at all. Li Qingshan smiled faintly. His eyes were tightly shut, and he looked so peaceful that he seemed to be asleep. The huge man's expression changed drastically. He used all his strength to push and pull. However, it was of no use at all. A drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Qingshan stood there casually, but he seemed like a nail that had been driven into the ground. This was obviously not just because of his strength. After reaching the 3rd layer of the Ox Demon and undergoing the heavenly tribulation, he felt like he had developed a profound connection with the earth. In particular, when he stood on the ground, he felt like he had fused with it. This was where the innate ability, strength of the earth came from. No matter how powerful the huge man was, how could he shake the boundless earth? As a result, Li Qingshan did not pay much attention to this match, nor did he need to. His mind had returned to the soaring dragon ship a long time ago. Is there someone you love? Begonia's eyes flickered. What did you say earlier? Have we arrived at the Green Vine Mountain? Li Qingshan gazed down. All he saw was a sea of clouds. The thick layer of clouds obscured everything. Begonia raised the ship's wheel in her hand, and it shone with light, forming a 3-dimensional map. There was a flickering dot. It was the soaring dragon ship, and the mountain below was the Green Vine Mountain. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. He leapt up and waved his hand. However, the soaring dragon ship did not descend with him. Li Qingshan looked back with a frown. I said descend. I'm asking you, is there someone you love? Begonia was extremely curious. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, she would have struggled to believe that a demon could actually have an expression like that. As a result, she wanted to understand the inside story very much. Compared to this, even attacking the Green Vine Mountain did not seem important anymore. Of course. Descend immediately. Li Qingshan stamped his foot. Then tell me, you love her? Does she love you? Are the two of you together? Begonia pursued relentlessly. Yes, yes, yes. We're going to be together for the rest of our lives. Are you done yet? Hurry up and descend this thing. You're so lucky, luckier than me. Begonia sighed gently. The ships will turn, and the soaring dragon ship slowly descended. Humph, because I'm not going to hang myself from a single tree like you. Li Qingshan was already prepared to enjoy the Green Vine Elder's dumbfounded expression. What do you mean by that? Isn't she the one you love the most? Li Qingshan shuddered, and the soaring dragon ship came to a sudden halt. Begonia's gaze was rather eager, but also rather confused. She only wanted an answer. What are you doing? I'm attacking the Green Vine Mountain. P.S. Phew, it really is much better. I've written another chapter tonight. Thank you for your concern. Everyone. In return, I'll go back to my usual 8 to 6 pace. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 401. Tell me, am I wrong? Begonia ignores Li Qingshan's reasonable request and grabs his arm. If you don't listen to me, I will strangle you to death. Li Qingshan strangles Begonia's neck with one hand, but he doesn't find any fear on her face. Alas, a woman in love is irrational, and a lovelorn is even more so. Li Qingshan can only let go of her and be patient. Come on, you are a cultivator. Won't you die if you don't have a man? The combination of yin and yang is the principle of heaven and earth, and it is human nature for men and women to love. If people are heartless, what's the point of living in this world? Begonia says resolutely, it's hard to find a 3-legged toad, but there are 2-legged men everywhere. Can't you be more open-minded? Li Qingshan pressed down on Qiu Haitang's shoulders. He could not tell normally, but this bastard was actually a young, cultured woman. You better focus on your career as a procuress with great prospects. Although there are many men in the world, I only love him. That's because you don't want to give others a chance. Let me tell you, I also fell in love with someone at first sight. Helplessly, Li Qingshan squats at the bow of the boat, trying to search for all kinds of love guides he read in his previous life, playing the role of a caring brother, such as Love is Blind. And feelings are about choice. Begonia also squats down, listening carefully and nodding from time to time. These topics in the other world have been talked about by various newspapers, magazines, and the internet, but for her, it is extremely fresh, and she listens with great interest. And the most important thing is that these messy topics are of no practical use. They were all of no practical use, but they sounded very reasonable. Qiu Haitang was inspired and felt deep respect for them. A demon actually knew so many things. The way she looks at him is very different, a lot more friendly. Now, Li Qingshan's image. In her heart, it can be summed up as a woman's friend. You understand now? Li Qingshan says everything in one breath. He could only watch helplessly as his heroic journey of vengeance was dragged down by a woman to this point. It was an unbearable sorrow. I think I understand a little, but I don't. Begonia pondered. She immediately sensed the murderous aura from the other side. She gently smiled and floated backwards, activating the ship's wheel. The soaring dragon warship finally began to descend again. Li Qingshan heaved a sigh of relief. He leaped up and stood on the dragon's head at the bow of the ship. He was surrounded by clouds and couldn't see anything clearly. The demonic qi in his body surged, refining the flag. With a wave, the flag grew 10 times larger. It fluttered in the wind, stirring up violent winds and breaking through the layers of clouds. Thank you. Begonia looked at his tall and straight back. What? We're here. Begonia pointed downwards. The last layer of cloud and mist broke through. The mountain peaks gathered, and the mountains rose and fell. The Green Vine Mountain was right below. Fire the cannons. Li Qingshan laughed. Yes, Qiu Haiyang said. It was clearly such a dangerous thing, but he did it like a child's game. Her mood also inexplicably lightened up, and she didn't feel the slightest psychological burden. Instead, she faintly looked forward to it. According to him, he needed to vent after being heartbroken. Her slender finger tapped the ship's wheel gently, and countless pitch-black holes opened up. I was coerced by a demon, so it's not my fault. Qingshan, Qingshan. Han Xiongji's voice rang out from extremely far away. In the hall of the Hua family, Li Qingshan opened his eyes, but all he saw was darkness. It's so dark. What's happened? And there's a foul smell. The huge man, the 10th layer Qi practitioner, first senior brother of Horned Rhinoceros Mountain, was currently engaged in a battle to the death against the dazed Li Qingshan. He hugged Li Qingshan firmly. His face was bright red, his veins bulged, and he was covered in sweat. His feet were planted in the ground, and he used all his strength to push Li Qingshan down. His huge pectoral muscles pressed firmly against Li Qingshan's face. Everyone could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. The disciples of the Demon Slayer were dumbfounded, while the disciples of the Academy gradually laughed. Jean Faping was filled with disbelief. The master of the Vermilion Clothes sect frowned. Is he really the primary disciple of the School of Novels? He's also a member of my Hawkwolf Guard. I'd find it strange if he lost. Hua Sengzan smiled. Han Qiongji stopped worrying. She called out, Qingshan, stop playing around. Li Qingshan returned to his senses and began to move. He wrapped his arms around the huge man's waist and tightened them. Immediately, he pulled him up like he was pulling up a carrot. His body tilted backwards, and with a headbutt, he slammed him heavily into the ground. The huge man was currently using all of his strength, so it was impossible for him to react in time. In the blink of an eye, all he saw was the floor falling towards him. With a rumble, he was plunged into darkness. Boom! All the tables shook. When they looked at the huge man again, most of his body was buried in the ground. His thick, pillar-like legs were still raised high into the air. The 100 schools of thought wins. Hua Sengzan smiled. Senior brother Li is mighty. Senior brother Li is mighty. The disciples of the Academy roared with laughter. First senior brother. A group of disciples from the Horned Rhinoceros Mountain went up and pulled the huge man out. The huge man was covered in dirt. He looked at Li Qingshan with a vicious gaze. Who else? Li Qingshan curled his finger at the other side indifferently. He did not even glance at the huge man. The first disciple of the Rose Cloud sect, Man Ro, has come to challenge you. She wants to compete with you in true Qi. Immediately, a petite, delicate woman walked over. She was also at the 10th layer. Hold on, we'll be changing people for this round. Junior brother, you can go down now, Wei Yangsheng said in a hurry. Wei Yangsheng said in a hurry. When it came to a competition of true Qi, the most important aspect was cultivation, unless they practiced all 5 elements like Chu Tian. However, according to what he knew, Chu Tian only practiced the regular Gui water method of condensing Qi. He had heard that the Rose Cloud Secret Manual of the Rose Cloud sect focused on true Qi the most. At the beginning, it would be vague, as soft as clouds, but it would be extremely tough after accumulating force. Towards the end, it would be overwhelming and unstoppable. Even he did not have absolute confidence in winning. Unfortunately, junior sister Little, and was not here, so junior brother Chu would have the best chance of winning. Li Qingshan was about to retreat when Man Ro said, "What, didn't this fellow just ask who else? Could it be that the chief disciple of the School of Novels cannot speak as well as you, the chief disciple of the School of Confucianism?" Man Ro looked delicate, but when she spoke, she was full of energy. She actually had an unstoppable feeling. She wanted to use Li Qingshan's words just now to force him, an 8th layer Qi refining disciple, to compete in true Qi with her, a 10th layer Qi refining disciple, to establish this victory and avenge the humiliation of the huge man. Knowing that she was trying to sow discord, Wei Yongsheng did not say anything. The chief disciples were equal in name, and everyone had the right to make decisions. Moreover, in a one-on-one fight, he really did not have the confidence to defeat this unfathomable junior brother Li. Compete in true Qi? Then come. Li Qingshan said, casually, "Qingshan." Worry appeared on Han Qiongji's face. It was very rare for Qi practitioners to compete in terms of true Qi, but the dangers involved were far greater than ordinary battles. Once someone else's true Qi entered their body, the lightest consequence would be that their meridians would be torn and their cultivation would be crippled. If it was serious, their dantian would explode and they would die on the spot. Man Ro was delighted. "You're the one who asked for it." Men always wanted to save face and suffer. She raised a pair of petite hands and said, "Please." Li Qingshan also raised his hands. "Let go of my hands." Man Ro's cheeks flushed red. "Isn't it like this?" It turned out that Li Qingshan's large hands were tightly grasping Man Ro's tender and petite hands. Man Ro tried to pull away, but how could she? Her face was full of embarrassment. At first glance, it didn't look like a true Qi competition, but more like a meeting of lovers. Han Qiongji gnashed her teeth. "This guy, he only agreed because he wanted to take advantage of me. I'm so worried about him." "Just die. It's the palm." Man Ro said angrily. Red Cloud Sect was a sect for female cultivators. Since she was a child, she had never been held by a man like this. Moreover, in public, under the watchful eyes of the public. What's the difference? Li Qingshan curled his lips. "I've had enough of this autumn beauty. Why would I take liberties with you?" After adjusting their posture, the competition finally began. "You dare to be frivolous with me. I must teach you a lesson." Man Ro stared at Li Qingshan. Her red cloud true Qi was continuously released. Before she could display her true power, Li Qingshan's Gui water true Qi began to collapse. Unfortunately, the Gui water condensing Qi method was easy to cultivate. It was suitable for all ages. It was not very powerful. The red cloud true Qi unstoppably rushed into Li Qingshan's body. Then, there was no then. Man Ro's lips parted slightly. She sensed that the true Qi she had sent out had completely lost contact with Li Qingshan the moment it entered his body. Looking up, she saw that he had closed his eyes again. In Li Qingshan's body, the spirit turtle's demon core in the shape of a turtle shell bobbed up and down in his sea of Qi. As soon as the colorful red cloud, true Qi, entered its territory, it immediately bowed down and became extremely docile. It just happened to be water type, so it was absorbed into the demon core. This time, Li Qingshan did not take it to heart. The spirit turtle's demon core could casually suppress the true Qi of a measly Qi practitioner. It would be child's play. "You're far too naive to want to compete with me in true Qi, let alone her. Even if the 2 red cloud immortals were here, they would still suffer." Man Ro did not dare to pull back so easily, or it would be troublesome if the opponent's true Qi invaded her body. She was extremely reluctant to just accept this. She urged the red cloud true Qi desperately. A hubbub suddenly rang out on the green vine mountain. The green vine elder roused from his cultivation and arrived outside. He saw many disciples gazing at the sky, pointing and discussing. "What's that? Is that a ship?" The green vine elder looked over. Isn't that the soaring dragon ship of Pine's Suff Academy? Why has it come to the green vine mountain? May I ask which fellow is on the ship? Is it Senior One? The green vine elder said loudly. His voice reached the sky with spiritual chi. The head scholar of Pine's Suff Academy, Wen Zhengming, was a great cultivator who had undergone 2 heavenly tribulations. He dared not show any disrespect. "Green vine, you old bastard, hand over your life." Li Qingshan called out. He swung the banner in his hand, and the cloud patterns embroidered on it gathered into 7 large words. It was also "Green vine, you old bastard, hand over your life." Oh no! The green vine elder's heart skipped a beat when he saw the scarlet figure. He saw several hundred stars flicker at the same time, becoming brighter and brighter. In an instant, they turned into several hundred pillars of light, bombarding the green vine mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 402. The light and might in that moment made all the disciples of the green vine mountain close their eyes subconsciously. They groaned painfully inside. Just how many times do I have to do this before I'm satisfied? He came alone the first 2 times, but he directly brought a warship this time. I'll give up. I won't be a disciple of the green vine mountain no matter what, but do I still have the chance? The power of the soaring dragon ship left Li Qingshan extremely satisfied. He gave Begonia a thumbs up. "Good girl." Begonia turned around and avoided his gaze. She tapped the ship's wheel a few more times, and even more beams of light shot down. At this moment, a screen of black and white rose up from the green vine mountain. It was hazy like mist, constantly merging and changing, creating many profound patterns. The beams of light shot into the screen and were twisted and broken down, turning into tiny particles that scattered across the green vine mountain. It was like a snowstorm, yet also like a night sky filled with twinkling stars. The duality formation of disintegration, a powerful formation that Fu Qingjin had specially taken from the Sword Collection Palace and cast down on the green vine mountain. No matter who it was, they would be reduced to dust if they tried to force their way in. It had been cast down for Li Qingshan. "Do you see it? Wretched demon, you can't get in here." The green vine elder spread his arms and laughed aloud. His hair and beard danced wildly. He basically seemed a little mad. Yu Shuquang opened his eyes. He was in no mood to admire this rare, wondrous scenery. He ran towards the foot of the mountain again, with the other disciples. Why again? The peak of the mountain and the prow of the ship were separated by a short and distant distance. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes and the green vine elder's green eyes met. "Keep firing. I'd like to see how long he can last." Li Qingshan carried the flag in his right hand. He snapped his fingers with his left hand. Without even waiting for his orders, the soaring dragon ship unleashed its full power. It flashed with light, dazzling the eyes. The moonlight pierced through the hole in the clouds, casting down a huge silver beam of light. It dyed the soaring dragon ship silvery blue. In the pitch-black world, it seemed like an unbelievably large searchlight. The soaring dragon ship was the main character, roaring as it pleased on the stage. At the center of the ship was the core furnace. It hummed and flickered, releasing the spiritual energy that had been stored for an unknown amount of time. The blood that was delivered to every cannon was like a huge heart beating loudly, sending blood to every part of the body, turning into furious roars and roaring dragons of light. The duality formation of disintegration did not budge. It allowed the attacks that were enough to flatten the green vine mountain to fall one after another, collapsing against the mist like fireworks. It's useless. All attacks will become a part of the duality formation of disintegration's energy. It's definitely impossible to get through. The green vine elders secretly communicated with Fu Qingjin as he mocked Li Qingshan loudly. That's not necessarily true. Li Qingshan had also noticed that from the beginning until now, the duality formation of disintegration showed no signs of weakening. The hazy mist instead showed signs of growing thicker and thicker. He knew the green vine elder was telling the truth. However, the speed at which the yin and yang dust formation disintegrated the light pillars was getting slower and slower. In the beginning, the pillars of light would immediately turn into mist as soon as they landed in the formation, but now they scattered like fireworks before dispersing bit by bit. He believed that no matter what kind of formation it was, there would always be a limit. One was a powerful defensive formation from the Sword Collection Palace, a super sect of the Green Province, while the other was a supreme war machine that was the crystallization of a master of Moism's wisdom and efforts. No one knew who was the victor between the spear that could pierce and destroy anything, and the shield that could disintegrate and block any attack. The two people involved, Li Qingshan and the Green Vine Elder, could only watch this grand display of fireworks eagerly and hopefully as spectators. Bring the alcohol. Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed and called out. In the estate of the Hua family, Li Qingshan's second match was extremely dull and boring as expected. None of the spectators dared to make a sound. They only exchanged glances, silently. As a matter of fact, they were not even sure who had gained the upper hand right now. Man Ro's expression became uglier and uglier. No matter how endless her rose cloud's true qi was, it still had a limit. Before her, Li Qingshan was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much true qi she channeled into him, she was unable to fill it up. And as soon as her true qi weakened slightly, Li Qingshan's Gui water true qi would immediately surge over. She dared not hold back at all. The dangers of a clash of true qi began to reveal itself bit by bit, baring its fangs at her. She refused to admit defeat. Whether in terms of quality or quantity, Li Qingshan's true qi was clearly below hers. However, he had used some sort of method to control the foreign true qi that had entered his body. She believed that as long as she persisted a little longer, Li Qingshan would not be able to last any longer. She would run out of energy and finally regret it. However, she was already unable to admit defeat at this moment. As long as she let out a single breath, Li Qingshan's true qi would invade her body and destroy her. In the blink of an eye, a strand of Gui water true qi flowed through her palm and into her body. It was icy cold before reaching her dantian. As long as Li Qingshan willed it slightly, even if the Gui water true qi was not renowned for its destructive power, it could still easily rip through her fragile meridians. The vermilion-clothed sect leader saw that something was wrong and wanted to intervene. However, he was stopped by Hua Sengzan, who whispered, "Before you can expel her true qi, that uncontrolled true qi will explode in her body." He transmitted his voice into Li Qingshan's ears. "Qingshan, it's about time." Li Qingshan's consciousness was pulled back to this place. He opened his eyes and saw that Man Ro's face was pale, her lips were bloodless, and there was even a trace of pleading in the depths of her eyes. She was exceptionally delicate and pitiful. Li Qingshan smiled slightly and slowly withdrew his true qi. "I lost." Man Ro's body softened. She took a step back and said softly while biting her lips. Her eyes sparkled like stars, her imposing manner was completely gone, and her voice was also very weak. She looked at Li Qingshan with eyes full of resentment. But there was also a trace of sadness. Behind Li Qingshan, cheers rang out loudly. The eyes of the disciples of the 100 Clans were full of envy and admiration. With a wave of his hand, he gulped down a jar of alcohol. At the same time, Begonia took out a few jars of alcohol for him on the soaring dragon ship. The feeling of 2 jugs of alcohol entering his stomach at the same time was extremely wondrous. It was especially satisfying. There was nothing better in life than drinking fine alcohol and fighting a stubborn enemy. Multiplying this feeling by 2 made it even more satisfying. Who else? Upstairs, the school leaders chatted happily, while the sect masters were stern. They were also paying attention to the competition below. The strength of Hai Chi practitioners could be said to represent the future of a clan or sect. A competition like this was definitely not just a game. Wang Pushi drank heartily. Although this kid's words were infuriating, what he did was still very honorable. Fu Qingjin poured and drank by himself, standing alone. His face was haggard, as if nothing could faze him. He seemed like he did not fit in with his surroundings at all. He frowned, and a jade tablet fell into his hand. The Green Vine Elder's flustered voice rang out. "Sir, the wretched demon has come. He's attacking the Green Vine Mountain right now. What are you panicking for? It's not like he can get through the duality formation of disintegration," Fu Qingjin said slowly. It was probably another probe clone, so it was not worth him taking action. He's carrying a soaring dragon ship. Chapter 403. Fu Qingjin's expression changed. He was no longer able to drink any more alcohol in his cup. The other Foundation establishment cultivators heard this too and immediately connected the dots. Was the soaring dragon ship the one Jiang Shanqing had brought with him? Just now, Begonia had left with him. Why had she gone to the Green Vine Mountain? Had they all fallen to the demon's hands already? The Green Ruin's sword was drawn from its sheath. Fu Qingjin fused with the sword and turned into a streak of green light, disappearing into the horizon. The other members of the Demon Slayer could not sit still either. They all took off and followed closely behind. News of what had happened upstairs spread downstairs very quickly, leading to an uproar. "Hai Tang!" Hua Sengzan cried out involuntarily. He no longer possessed his usual composure and elegance. He immediately took off. If the woman he had let down died to the demons because of him, he would never be able to forgive himself. Are we still going to continue? Li Qingshan looked around. The faces of the demon slayer disciples were filled with fury, as well as a sliver of fear. The strength and arrogance of the demons had deeply shocked them. As for the disciples of the academy, they could not help but feel some sympathy for the loss of their own kind. After all, they were all humans. Let's end it here. We'll call it a draw. There will obviously be a time when we fight again in the future. Jean Fapin glanced at Li Qingshan deeply. Li Qingshan did not mind. He returned to his seat and sat down. The primary disciples all congratulated him on his victory, but they were rather absent-minded. After all, compared to the lives of several Foundation establishment cultivators and the battle between humans and demons, the competition at the banquet was just a side dish to the wine. Li Qingshan felt helpless. He felt like he had completely stolen the limelight. However, the competition here had always been a boring game to distract him. He could finally focus completely. He placed it on the soaring dragon ship. The wind whistled past his ears. The duality formation of disintegration. After absorbing and disintegrating who knew how many attacks, the Green Vine Mountain shone with dazzling light. Everything became blurry, illuminating a range of 100 kilometers like it was daytime. How much longer do you think you have? Only then can we break the formation? Li Qingshan stood at the bow of the ship with the flag in his hand. He stared at the light and asked without turning his head. Although it was just a glimpse, the speed of Fu Qingjin's flying sword was still far beyond his expectations. According to his estimation, even if he used the wind god's wings, he would not be able to catch up. Was this the power of a magic treasure? In other words, it wouldn't take long for him to arrive here. At that time, this meant that the outcome had been decided. His plan to kill the Green Vine Elder had failed once again. I don't know, but I don't have much spiritual power left. Begonia clicks on the helm, and a picture of the Reiki reserves appears. There is only 1/5 left. Before the spear could break the shield, it had already exhausted all its strength. What do you think, wretched demon? There's nothing you can do. The Green Vine Elder stood on the top of the mountain and bellowed out. However, there's still one last move. Begonia suddenly said. What move? Li Qingshan suddenly turned around. It's right beneath your feet. Isn't this a decoration? Li Qingshan lowered his head and studied the dragon head sculpture on the bow of the ship. Of course not. This is the largest main cannon of the soaring dragon ship, the Dragon's Roar. A single attack takes up tremendous amounts of spiritual power, and it takes a lot of time to prepare as well. It's completely built for destroying structures and formations. Why didn't you say that earlier? It's too close. The ship won't be able to withstand the recoil. Then why are you saying it now? I want to. Begonia smiled, recovering some of her grace as a sect master. Then show me the power of the dragon's roar. All of the attacks stopped, but the rumbles still seemed to linger in his head. Yu Shuquang, who had fled to the bottom of the mountain but was blocked by the formations, gazed at the sky in surprise. All he saw was the soaring dragon ship slowly rising into the air. Before long, it had vanished into the clouds. Did you make it? Before he had even finished speaking, a white pillar of light descended from above, piercing the clouds and directly striking the duality formation of disintegration. The pillar of light was so huge that it could not help but make people think of the legendary pillar. The clouds parted, revealing the soaring dragon ship above the clouds. The dragon head on the bow opened its huge mouth and let out a furious roar. The pillar of light no longer vanished in a flash. Instead, it was continuous, channeling all of its power into it. The duality formation of disintegration trembled, no longer able to disperse the power completely. It had reached a saturation point, and rings of light dispersed into the surroundings like ripples. On the other side of the pillar of light, the soaring dragon ship trembled as well, creaking and rocking about. The spear struck the shield. If the shield did not shatter, the spear would snap. Can you break through it? Li Qingshan called out. That's hard to say. Begonia frowned as she watched her spiritual power rapidly deplete. Glancing around, her eyes narrowed. All she saw was a speck of green light in the sea of clouds. At the same time, Fu Qingjin also saw the dazzling streak of white light. He frowned and powered the green ruins, soared even more urgently. I'll have to trouble you with one last thing. Li Qingshan's voice rang out clearly in Begonia's ears. You want to run? This ship can't fly fast. Please help me collect all the puppets and cannons. I want to pack them up and take them away. Li Qingshan had already learnt that the soaring dragon ship could not shrink or expand, nor could it be stuffed into his 100 treasures pouch. However, the tremendous number of puppets and powerful cannons on the ship were all impressive spoils of war. Begonia had no idea how to react. Was this guy really a demon? She controlled the puppets to dismantle all the cannons before gathering them on the deck and stowing them away in her 100 treasures pouch. Let's go down. A cold light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes. What did you say? I said fly down. You're crazy. Do you know how much this ship is worth? Begonia finally understood what he meant and was taken aback. I don't care how much it's worth. It's not like it's my ship. Li Qingshan smiled resplendently. Fine. Begonia felt helpless. What could she do when her life was in his hands? However, she became excited for some reason. Afterwards, all of the levitation formations on the soaring dragon ship vanished, and it fell back into the restraints of gravity. All of its propulsion changed directions, rushing towards the ground as quickly as it could. The soaring dragon ship descended faster and faster. Li Qingshan stood at the prow of the ship, waving the banner in the whistling wind. The wind became even more violent, sweeping up the soaring dragon ship and making it descend even faster. Under the recoil of the dragon's roar, the indestructible soaring dragon ship collapsed bit by bit. The furnace in the core groaned in pain. Oh no! Fu Qingjin watched on helplessly and paled in fright. The green vine elder squinted his eyes and did his best to peer through the scorching light, gazing at the sky. However, within the surging light of spiritual qi, his soul sense was useless, and his vision was greatly obstructed. He could vaguely make out a black speck that grew larger and larger. Fu Qingjin's voice rang out from the jade tablet in his hand. Run! In that moment, the soaring dragon ship that was several hundred meters in length collided with the duality formation of disintegration like a small mountain. Time seemed to slow down. As soon as the soaring dragon ship came into contact with the barrier of light, it began to collapse and disintegrate, vanishing inch by inch. Only when the furnace in the center of the ship exploded did the remaining energy erupt all at once. However, before it could unleash its power, it was swallowed up by the duality formation of disintegration as well. The duality formation of disintegration dimmed, twisting as it shrank towards the top of the mountain. It turned into a ball of light and gradually swelled up. In the end, it suddenly lit up, turning the surroundings white. Like a stomach that had been stuffed to its limit, it suddenly exploded after contracting violently. The undigested energy turned into thousands of streaks of light, erupting hysterically. It was like 100 suns had risen up from the ground. It illuminated the green vine elder's terrified face snow white. He seemed like a mortal as he raised his hand instinctively, as if that was enough to block the danger. He was swallowed up by the rapidly expanding ball of light. Boom! Only after what felt like a very long time did a rumble ring out. The shock wave dispersed the clouds, and the sky was filled with stars, dazzling and resplendent. Fu Qingjin stopped moving and stared at the sight before him in shock. Everything had vanished. The soaring dragon ship, the green vine elder, and the green vine mountain. The green vine mountain had vanished, reduced to a huge spherical pit. Only the foot of the mountain remained, which served as proof of its existence. The other Foundation establishment cultivators rushed over afterwards, and they were all dumbfounded. Their expressions were the same as their disciples, furious and fearful. Shancheng, Haitang, Haitang. Hua Sengzan brushed past Fu Qingjin and called out anxiously. The ground where the green vine mountain used to be at the foot of the mountain trembled slightly. Haitang, is that you? Hua Sengzan rushed over, and a streak of green light shot over. Fu Qingjin stood there with his sword in hand. The soil flipped over, and Yu Shuquang stuck his head out. Seeing the tip of the sword before him, he leapt in fright. Afterwards, the disciples of the green vine mountain crawled out one after another. They were unable to leave the green vine mountain, so they dug out a hole together and hid underground. Even if the demons got through the formation and could not see them, they probably could not be bothered with searching for them. As a result, they were buried underground, but they managed to survive. Where's the green vine mountain? Yu Shuquang looked around and saw the pit. He was taken aback before realizing what had happened. He was dumbfounded too. He still had lingering fears. If the pit had grown a few times larger, it would have reached where they were hiding. Fu Qingjin sheathed his sword, while Hua Sengzan was disappointed. Chengzan, I'm here. Begonia emerged from behind a mountain. Hai Tang, that's fantastic. I had thought you weren't injured, were you? Hua Sengzan flew over. His face was filled with joy. Begonia's heart warmed up. After spending so many years together, she had not been heartless after all. It was just a pity that they were not fated to be together. Where's Shancheng? Their eyes met. Hua Sengzan sighed as well. It was not that he did not have any feelings for her, but he was unable to change his mind. Accepting her feelings when he already had someone else he loved was disrespectful to her. It would only make her even sadder in the end. What about the demon? Fu Qingjin interrupted. Shancheng died to protect me, Begonia said slowly with a desolate expression. In her story, the demon used her to threaten Jiang Shancheng, forcing him to control the soaring dragon ship to attack the Green Vine Mountain. In the end, when the demon wanted to silence her, Jiang Shancheng stood forward and kept Li Qingshan busy, allowing her to survive. It was said that women were natural actors, and Begonia was one of the best. She weaved a perfect set of lies, completely absolving herself of responsibility. Who knew where the demon called North Moon had fled to? However, he had left behind a few things in her possession. Chapter 405. The patriarchs stayed behind to discuss matters, while the disciples left the Hua estate. Li Qingshan and Han Qiongji naturally rode a cloud together. Han Qiongji furrowed her brows, while Li Qingshan seemed to be in thought. However, he maintained a faint smile the entire time. Qiongji, don't be sad. It's not worth it for a rotten person like that. Li Qingshan could not help but console her. What do you know? I know that he took advantage of her when she was down and disregarded his friendship with her. Shancheng just wanted to comfort her. Even if he did, what's wrong with that? It's not like they're children, so what's the point of taking advantage of her? You're just angry that he looked down on you. Han Qiongji had never liked Begonia's flowery ways. After hearing Begonia's story, she felt that while Jiang Shancheng's appearance was nothing special, he was still a man in the end. He should not be looked down on like that. So, you're saying that I should be happy that he looked down on me? Then your wish has come true. I really am quite happy right now. I'm not joking with you. No matter what grievances you had when you were alive, he's already dead. I hope you can show him some respect. Do you know how ugly you look right now? I'm not joking with you either. I only respect people who respect me. I've never sought to look good to anyone. Li Qingshan smiled easily. Why, you really are unreasonable. Han Qiongji leapt up angrily and flew off the cloud, disappearing into the rain. Only Li Qingshan sighed gently. I'm not unreasonable. It was not like he was actually 18. How could he not know? Just now, he should be vague about it and brush this matter aside. After spending so many days together, it was not like there was no conflict between the two of them. However, as a man, he obviously would not bicker with a woman. However, Li Qingshan had always been considering something seriously, which was to confess everything to her. On this night, the war between the humans and demons was about to begin. This thought became extremely intense. At the same time, he also knew very well that it would not be that simple. When that time came, he would need her absolute tolerance. If he didn't handle it properly, the consequences would be unimaginable. He might even turn from a lover into an enemy. Thus, there was the conversation just now. But in the end, the result was not optimistic. If she could not tolerate his shortcomings, How could she tolerate him being a monster? If he could not even accept his criticism of Jiang Shanqing, how could he accept that he had personally killed Jiang Shanqing? Li Qingshan laughed self-deprecatingly. Perhaps this kind of request was too much. He had already expected such an outcome. Han Xiongji had her own standpoint and principles. He wouldn't change his mind easily just because of love. If it was Begonia, it might be possible. Forget it. Even lovers and friends have their own little secrets. It's better not to force it. On the lake of dragons and snakes, the autumn rain scattered thousands of ripples. Li Qingshan sat down cross-legged and slowly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing the demonic energy in his body to recover. After a long time, he stood up and used up all the demonic energy in one go. His original body returned to Cloud Wisp Island. His clone flew towards the building. He still had many things in Begonia's possession. However, no matter what, he still felt rather gloomy. When he saw Begonia, he could not help but grumble. What happened? Begonia was greatly surprised, or even slightly delighted. It's got nothing to do with you. Where are my things? Li Qingshan stepped into the room and looked around before returning his attention to Begonia. The silk-woven, silver-white nightdress was as thin as a cicada's wings. It draped over her like flowing water, accentuating her graceful figure. Begonia's eyes flickered, and her lips parted slightly, but before she could say anything, "I'm telling you, I'm not in a good mood. If you threaten me again, I'll strip you naked and hang you outside." Li Qingshan shoved her to one side and lay down on the lounge chair. Qiu Haitang hesitated for a moment before handing over the 200 treasures pouches. She was no longer the girl who had lost her heart to grief. Just the fact that she had been stripped naked was something she could not accept. This fellow in front of her was someone who could do anything. Li Qingshan accepted the 200 treasures pouches, checked them, and shoved them into his bosom. Of the 200 treasures pouches, one was in perfect condition, which obviously belonged to Jiang Shanqing, while the other was slightly damaged, which belonged to the green vine elder. The moment the duality formation of disintegration collapsed, Li Qingshan flew down as quickly as he could and removed the 100 treasures pouch from the green vine elder's waist. He used the spirit turtle's profound shell to block the attack for a split second before vanishing in the explosion. However, it was enough for him to toss out the 100 treasures pouch. 100 treasures pouches had always been light and extremely tough. As long as it was not directly struck, it could not be destroyed so easily. However, if it were not for his mirror clone, Li Qingshan would never have been bold enough to take on this risk with his original body. It was exactly because of his clone that he was bold enough to ask Begonia for the 100 treasures pouch. "It's been a pleasure working with you." Li Qingshan was in a great mood. He patted Begonia's shoulder and was about to leave. "There's something I want to tell you. I did what you said and tested him again." Begonia grabbed his wrist in a hurry and began talking to herself. "That's very good." Li Qingshan sighed, slightly after listening to that. "Little Hua really doesn't get it. So much for helping you out, so much. But since we're not fated to be together, it's better to end things early. It's not a bad thing. Thank you for listening to me so much. As repayment, if you have any questions, I might be able to answer them for you." Begonia placed her hand on her chest and smiled. She was noble and reserved. Forget about that. If we're talking about understanding a woman's heart, I believe there aren't many people who can beat me. Li Qingshan walked to the window and stopped. He turned around and said, "All right." He hid all the details and only said that he had a big secret that he wanted to share with his lover. But after testing her, he felt that she wouldn't accept it. "What do you think I should do?" "Hey, I'm asking you a question." He waved his hand in front of her. You don't have to do anything. Begonia came back to her senses. She didn't think that someone as wild as him would have such a delicate and complicated mind. His deep feelings for that woman made her a little touched. His distressed look actually made her feel pity for him. If he could win a person's heart, what secret couldn't he accept? This is also a suggestion. At least tell me how to ease the relationship. If I'm not wrong, she'll come back to you soon. What? Her position isn't as firm as you think. Unlike stubborn men, women will always take a step back for the love of their heart. I hope you can treat her well and don't let her down. Begonia's expression was very serious. Suddenly, she seemed very mature and almost experienced. As a foundation-building cultivator and a sect master, didn't she have her own persistence? But only she knew how many steps she retreated until there was no more room to retreat. On Cloud Wisp Island, in a bamboo forest, Li Qingshan sat on the veranda. He suddenly felt a familiar breath pass through the night rain. If this secret hurts your relationship and only makes her feel pain, you have the responsibility to keep this secret forever. This is also a kind of love, Begonia said faintly. She had once hoped that he could accept her, even if he only pretended to love her. Li Qingshan raised his head and saw a familiar figure leap over the treetops and fly into his arms. Her voice was hoarse. Bastard, why didn't you come after me? Do you know how painful it was for me? Qiongji? Her whole body was wet, and her cheeks were wet. He didn't know whether it was rain or tears. Her delicate appearance made Li Qingshan wonder if he had made a mistake. Begonia was right. She wasn't as persistent or strong as he thought. Just as she could easily affect his mood, he could also easily hurt her heart. This was the price of love. Li Qingshan lowered his head and kissed her deeply. I understand. Thank you for your advice. I will cherish this relationship. Li Qingshan stepped onto the windowsill and looked back at Begonia with a smile. Then he jumped up, spread his wings, and disappeared in the night rain. The night rain beat against the bamboo forest, and the sound was particularly cold. The two of them hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's bodies as hot as fire. Li Qingshan caressed her delicate body wantonly. Impatient with the obstruction of the layer of clothes, he directly tore her long skirt to reveal her snow-white round breasts. Ah, Han Qiongji exclaimed and said in a low voice, Go into the house. Right here. Li Qingshan pressed against her forehead. His eyes were gentle and domineering. There was no one else on the island, only the two of them. Han Qiongji was powerless to resist. In a flash, she was peeled off like a white sheep without a single strand. The autumn wind was cold, and she shivered. She had long been immune to the cold and heat, although she knew that there was no one on the island. Under the porch, she was still embarrassed, but she didn't have time to think about it, and was immersed in it. After an unknown amount of time, the clouds and rain disappeared. Han Qiongji almost forgot how she returned to the house. She saw Li Qingshan's eyes open, staring at the dark dome in a daze. She got up and laid on her side and placed her hand on his chest. Are you still angry? No. Li Qingshan turned his head and grinned. Actually, I'm not angry because of Shancheng, but because of you. You're not usually so petty. Han Qiongji's finger drew circles on his chest. I understand. But if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be so petty. Li Qingshan held her hand. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Han Qiongji leaned on his chest. You're not allowed to anger me like this in the future. Do you understand? That's not necessarily true. I've already let you do whatever you want, but you're not even willing to agree to such a small thing. Han Qiongji angrily knocked her chin on the ground. It's clearly me who's working hard. You're just lying down comfortably and enjoying yourself. Li Qingshan smiled. Seeing that she was about to get angry again, he said, "Fine, fine, fine. I promise you, if I anger you again, I'll chase you back." "What kind of promise is this?" I'm unlucky to like a man like you. If you don't chase me, I can only come back by myself. I'm really reaping what I sowed." This doesn't sound like something Miss Han would say. Li Qingshan's heart softened, and he gently stroked her hair. Upstairs, Begonia pondered for a moment, smiled, and got up to close the window. In the distant building, there was a faint flash of a green shadow, but when she looked again, it was empty. Chapter 406. The night wind whistled, and the drizzle filled his face. Li Qingshan flapped his wings and flew through the dark sky. The half-transparent wings of wind would expand and contract at times. He was like a red fish, leaping out of the sea of clouds at times and falling into the rain at other times. As he did so, he rapidly familiarized himself with its usage. At this moment, the spirit turtle's demon core suddenly flickered, giving off a hint of warning. Li Qingshan turned around and hovered in the air. All he saw was the sky, but he sensed nothing out of the ordinary. However, the feeling of being watched became clearer and clearer. A streak of green light moved through the clouds. Fu Qingjin's expression was bleak, and his gaze was like lightning. When Li Qingshan stopped, he stopped as well, hiding in the clouds quietly. The drizzle did not stop. They stood in silence. Li Qingshan basically determined the other person's identity immediately. His trip to the tower had still exposed him at the end of the day. He wanted to use his clone to test his strength again, but when he thought about the 300 treasures pouches on him, he turned around and flew downwards, entering the underground through a cavern. What a vigilant prey! Fu Qingjin revealed himself. With prey like this, the mission as a liaison would not be too boring. However, now was not the time to reel in the net. Traveling underground, Li Qingshan took out the underground mental map and searched for the path back to his territory. Just now had made him truly understand what it meant to be in a dire situation. He needed to respond immediately. Returning to the cavern, Millipede cultivated quietly on the stone platform, recovering his strength bit by bit. A shadowy figure appeared behind him, materializing from the void. It lunged towards him. Li Qingshan was already prepared. He suddenly turned around, opened his right hand, and lowered it again. A soft, delicate figure fell into his arms. "Master, you're back!" Yi Liubo was overjoyed. "You've already undergone the heavenly tribulation." Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "Yeah, it's all thanks to the pill Master bestowed upon me," Yi Liubo said gratefully. After ingesting the true spirit pill, she immediately felt her body full of strength. It began to change qualitatively. Finally, he broke through to the next realm and passed the heavenly tribulation. This was not only the effect of the true pill, but also because she had accumulated enough time at this bottleneck. Liubo is willing to use any means to repay Master's kindness. Yi Liubo licked her lips. "That's great. Continue to host the trade. I need more spirit grasses." "I'm not talking about this." "Master, what do you think this is?" Yi Liubo revealed a sorrowful expression. Then she took out many spiritual herbs from her 100 treasures pouch. Before Li Qingshan left, he gave her many spiritual tools and spiritual talismans that he didn't need. After she passed the heavenly tribulation, she wanted to go back and show off. Along the way, they conducted a few transactions. He also helped Li Qingshan obtain quite a number of spiritual herbs, none of which were less than 100 years old. "Well done." Li Qingshan accepted the spirit grass and smiled. Now he had two choices. One was to abandon this place. In order to avoid Fu Qingjin's attacks, He could go deeper underground and temporarily live in Obsidian City. The other was to strengthen this place and turn it into a fortress against the Demon Slayer. Previously, he was more inclined to the former. After all, he had limited manpower. He wasn't cultivating for the rise of the great demon race, so there was no need for him to fight to the death with the Demon Slayer. But now he had other ideas. He still had to see the results of his meeting with the Spider Queen. Let's go. Come with me to see Yi Mingzhu. Please let me go with you. Master. Yi Liusu walked out of the darkness without a sound. All right, bring Millipede. Master North Moon, long time no see. What good news do you have for me? In Obsidian City, Yi Mingzhu heard the news of North Moon's arrival and immediately rushed back. Her attitude was extremely respectful. After receiving the help of his weapons, the Spider Shadow Tribe had gradually turned the tables in the underground battle. Mistress Yi is the one who is riding the crest of success. Li Qingshan crossed his legs and sat on a high-backed chair. Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu stood beside him. How can I be worthy of Master North Moon calling me mistress? You can just call me Pearl. This is all thanks to Master North Moon. This is just a small gift, not enough to show my respect. Yi Mingzhu held a brocade box and offered it with both hands. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. Pearl, you must have other requests. Li Qingshan opened the brocade box. Inside was 1,000-year black blood ginseng. It was completely black and overflowed with spiritual energy. It had a vague human shape, unlike other spirit herbs. As one of the spirit herbs that could be consumed directly, the black blood ginseng was very valuable in the underground. May I ask if Master North Moon still has the pill that Liubo ingested? If he does, I'm willing to exchange it for even more and even better spiritual herbs. Yi Mingzhu's eyes lit up. There were many night roamers in the clan who had reached a certain level but failed to break through. If she could obtain a few pills, they could instantly gain many powerful cultivators who had undergone the heavenly tribulation, forming a crushing force. Pearl, you sure are ambitious. Li Qingshan fiddled around with the black blood ginseng with a smile. There's nothing I can do either. If you're willing to assist me, Sir North Moon, then I promise you that any request you have in this region in the future, Sir North Moon will be absolutely satisfied, including me. Yi Mingzhu smiled coquettishly. I do, but before that, come with me to see the Spider Queen first. Normally, I'll take what I want personally. Li Qingshan smiled. If he wanted to protect his territory and deal with Fu Qingjin, the night roamers would be extremely important. However, he did not plan on using a weak method like an equal exchange. He wanted to grasp this power in his hands and establish a foundation for his authority in the underground world. It's just a few dozen subordinates. What Fu Qingjin has, I have to have too. In Cobweb City, a bright red carpet was laid out before the throne. Helicoverpa Rosa stood behind the throne in a scarlet dress. She rested her chin on her hand and studied Li Qingshan. North Moon, you've finally come to see me. Ma, Spider Queen has summoned you, yet you've never come. Just what are your intentions? Blood Shadow's pale face was filled with undisguised hostility. I've been thinking about Ma, Spider Queen at all times, but I've always been on the move for Ma, Spider Queen's orders. I'm not like some people who only know how to pass their days leisurely in the territory. Li Qingshan laughed aloud and glanced at Blood Shadow. In other words, you've brought the Green Vine Elder's head. Helicoverpa Rosa's expression changed. She became slightly interested. Unfortunately, I haven't. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Are you toying with Ma, Spider Queen? Ma, Spider Queen, I'll go above ground right now and bring back the Green Vine Elder's head. Blood Shadow scolded loudly before volunteering himself. Spider Queen's expression turned slightly cold. Li Qingshan laughed aloud. His laughter echoed through the high hall. "What are you laughing at? From today onwards, no one can bring back a single strand of his hair. That's because he's already vanished with the Green Vine Mountain." Vanished? Helicoverpa was slightly doubtful. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Blood Shadow frowned. "I couldn't help it. I was a little heavy-handed." Li Qingshan laid out his hands. Helicoverpa curled her finger, and an oval mirror in the corner of the hall shone brightly. It was an arcane artifact. Li Qingshan was surprised. He saw the scene in the mirror pass through the rock and soil, arriving above ground. It reflected the Green Vine Mountain that had become a huge pit. At that moment, even Blood Shadow was speechless. Only now did he understand what Li Qingshan meant by vanished. His first reaction was that this was impossible. Even if he used his full strength, it was impossible for the entire mountain to end up like this, unless he blew up his demon core. The corner of Helicoverpa's lips curled up, gradually widening. It was beautiful and cruel, a chilling laugh. It was like a thin thread, only passing through his mind. Outside, Yi Mingzhu shivered inside and lowered her head. She gained a deeper understanding of Li Qingshan's power. At this moment, the two powerful demon generals, Dragon's Nail and Strong Stone, rushed over. They heard the Spider Queen's laughter and were extremely surprised. "What's this pit?" After bowing, Strong Stone looked at the reflection in the mirror and asked with a frown. "The Green Vine Mountain," Dragon's Nail said slowly, speaking even slower than before. She also doubted her own judgment as she stared at Li Qingshan deeply. "You did it." Strong Stone's voice was thunderous, filled with surprise. "You've done very well. From today onwards, I permit you to see me directly. There's no need to report." Helicoverpa's voice became much more amiable. No one would dislike a powerful and agreeable gift. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed. This was a privilege that only Dragon's Nail, Strong Stone, and Blood Shadow possessed. Did this mean another demon general would be added to Helicoverpa's list of 3 from today onwards? "Let's fight." Strong Stone licked his lips. Fervent battle intent rose up from his body, but he did not object. However, he didn't voice his objection. If this was really his doing, then he was indeed qualified to have such power. Blood Shadow said, "Ma, I'm Spider Queen, he's lying." "North Moon, I don't believe you can do this. Are you bold enough to face me? This time, I won't let you go so easily." Blood Shadow believed that with his own strength, as long as he obtained Spider Queen's permission, he would definitely be able to expose North Moon's true strength. He would make Spider Queen understand that he was not worthy of standing on equal footing with them. "Stop!" Helicoverpa called out to stop them. "Do you want to face off against a clone?" "A clone?" Apart from Dragon's Nail, everyone was surprised. Yi Mingzhu suddenly understood why he was so fearless when he faced the entire Spider Shadow clan in the past. She became more and more glad that she had made the decision back then. "You've been using a clone to deal with us the entire time." Blood Shadow's expression became more and more gloomy. He thought of the last time he was hunted down. He had disappeared into thin air in an inconceivable way. It turned out that it was a clone that had played him in circles. "Safety first. I believe Ma, and Spider Queen can understand my worries. After listening to the whole story, perhaps even my brothers Dragon's Nail and Strong Stone would be able to understand. Actually, even if Ma and Spider Queen used me as a scapegoat, I wouldn't find it strange. Tell me, what did you do that I need to use you as a scapegoat? I'm also very curious. How did you do it?" Helicoverpa's curiosity was also piqued. Chapter 407. After seeing the Spider Queen, I immediately went up the Greenvine Mountain to kill Old Man Greenvine, but I fell for Fu Qingjin's trap of the Sword Collection Palace and lost my clone. Ever since then, the Greenvine Mountain has been enveloped by the duality formation of disintegration. It's impossible to enter. The duality formation of disintegration. You destroyed the duality formation of disintegration? Dragon Snail's calm face finally showed a ripple. He spoke much faster, too. Brother Dragon Snail knows about it, too? To be honest, I was unable to destroy the formation. I don't think anyone present apart from Ma and Spider Queen can do it, so I've been thinking about a plan the entire time. That was until last night, when the members of the Demon Slayer gathered in an estate outside the Clear River Prefecture. Demon Slayer? Strongstone frowned. To demons, this name was without a doubt a great mockery. That's right. The so-called Demon Slayer is a group of sects led by the Sword Collection Palace. The current generation of Demon Slayer in the Clear River Prefecture seems to be under the rule of that Fu Qingjin. Continue, Helicoverpa Rosa said after some thought. When I followed them, I saw one of the Foundation establishment cultivators descending from the sky with a huge ship. Then he left first. Later on, I found out that the ship was called the Soaring Dragon Ship, and it was a powerful mechanism built by humans. I secretly chased after it, and there were 2 Foundation establishment cultivators on it. Li Qingshan told her everything that had happened in a single breath. The hall fell silent. He had hijacked a powerful human battleship, destroyed the formations of the Greenvine Mountain, and killed the Greenvine Elder, all by himself. Just how soul-stirring was this series of actions? If he were not both brave and clever, how could he have achieved this? Kid, you've got some skill. What I admire the most in my life are the strong. You're strong and vicious enough. Strongstone laughed aloud and slapped Li Qingshan's shoulder. Demon Qi suddenly poured into his hand, and he slammed down with tremendous force. Boom! A huge hole had appeared where Li Qingshan had been standing. I want to fight you even more now. Strongstone raised his head and laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with light. There will be a chance. Li Qingshan dodged to the side and rested his head on his arm. Are you afraid that I will betray you? Helicoverpa Rosa stood up and looked straight at Li Qingshan. Isn't it your hobby? Li Qingshan laughed. Betrayal, jealousy, chaos, pain. Helicoverpa Rosa had long revealed everything in her nature without reservation, flaunting her evil like a mortal flaunting her good. Compared to saying the conflict between night roamers was for the sake of balance, it was better to say it was to please her. Do you have any objections? No, this is where your charm lies. You're also very charming. You make me want to have sex with you. Then I'll swallow you one bite at a time. Helicoverpa Rosa made her way down from the throne slowly and touched Li Qingshan's cheek. She licked her bright red lips and said with a deep voice that was filled with terrifying charm. A sliver of shock flashed through Yi Mingzhu's eyes. Li Qingshan shivered inside too. He had heard Yi Liubo mention a few underground customs. There were some customs underground. One of them was that the various clans would sacrifice male night roamers to the Spider Queen every year, while the Spider Queen would eat every single person she had intercourse with. There were no exceptions. If anyone were bold enough to have designs on her, then she would be their most fatal lover. Fortunately, due to the law that demons could not kill one another, she would not force demons to do so. Li Qingshan raised his head slightly and said to her, who was only inches away, there might be a chance in the future. Oh, when? When you can't eat me. You're very bold. It's just a clone after all. If my true body were here, I might have pissed my pants from fright already. Li Qingshan shrugged. What reward do you want? Feel free to ask. Helicoverpa Rosa returned to the throne with a flash. I want to be the king of the night roamers. Li Qingshan answered without the slightest hesitation. Aren't you a little too bold? Helicoverpa Rosa's face suddenly changed. She radiated with murderousness and a hint of sweetness. The night roamers were her most important toys, yet someone was bold enough to ask her for them. Yi Mingzhu's expression changed too. She suddenly understood what Li Qingshan was trying to say. What I want, I'll go get it myself. She was ambitious, but all she wanted was for the Spider Shadow clan to become the most powerful clan among the night roamers. Compared to her ambition, becoming the most powerful clan among the night roamers still seemed insignificant. If you don't agree to it, then all I can do is abandon my territory and flee to another place. Are you threatening me? Helicoverpa Rosa's eyes narrowed dangerously. Of course not. Since you refuse to hand me over, the Demon Slayer's revenge will arrive very soon. My territory will definitely be the first to bear the brunt of it. The Demon Slayer is rife with masters. Only by gathering enough strength can we stand a chance against him in a battle to the death. Or in other words, are you only satisfied with these small skirmishes? War is imminent. The strength of the night roamers is an extremely important force under your command. But right now, there's still a pile of loose sand. When the time comes, they won't be of any use. In the end, they'll only be defeated one by one. I'll gather them together and turn them into the true sword in your hands against the Demon Slayer. Isn't that more interesting than killing one another? Li Qingshan took a step forward and said, clearly, this was his objective. As long as he gathered the strength of all the night roamers, they would be a powerful force that could not go against the Demon Slayer of the Clear River Prefecture. Then, he would have the leverage to clash with Fu Qingjin. There was no need for any trade at all. The night roamers would have to offer up various spiritual herbs to him. Helicoverpa Rosa sank into her thoughts afterwards, as what Li Qingshan said did make sense. Before war, gathering their strength was very necessary. Ma, I'm Spider Queen. You mustn't do that. Blood Shadow said in a hurry. If he really succeeded, his influence underground would completely surpass the three of them. He would become the strongest demon general under Helicoverpa Rosa's command. The three of them are all your seniors. Their age and knowledge far surpass yours. If two of them support you, then I'll agree. Right now, you have an opponent. Helicoverpa Rosa smiled afterwards. I support you. I'll support whatever you oppose. Strongstone said immediately, glancing at Blood Shadow, scornfully. Strongstone. Blood Shadow's voice was as cold as ice. However, there's a condition. You must fight me in your original form. If you lose, I'll take over this position. What do you think? Strongstone raised his hand and pointed at Li Qingshan. No problem. Li Qingshan smiled confidently. Strength always spoke between demons. At this moment, only Dragon's Nail remained. His back was hunched, and his head was lowered as if he had fallen asleep. As the wisest and most mysterious demon general under Helicoverpa Rosa's command, no one could guess what his decision would be. Strongstone, you might be powerful, but you don't have the ability to lead. Dragon's Nail said slowly. If you want to do it, then I'll let you have it. Strongstone snorted. I don't have that kind of energy. Blood Shadow, what do you think? I also support this, but the condition is the same as Strongstone. Blood Shadow immediately changed his words. If Dragon's Nail also supported it, the situation would be very disadvantageous for him. Perhaps this was instead a heaven-sent opportunity. I object. Dragon's Nail took a step back and said slowly, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 408. Cunning old man. Li Qingshan cursed inwardly. If he wanted to obtain this position, he would have to defeat two powerful demon generals, while Dragon's Nail could stay out of it. If he failed, Blood Shadow and Strong Stone would not accept each other, and it would probably be difficult to determine a victor in terms of strength. At that time, Dragon's Nail might have to step forward to preside over the situation. All right, then it's decided. North Moon, when you plan to proceed? Helicoverpa Rosa pursed her lips. She was always in high spirits when it came to disputes. Within 3 days, I will definitely meet Her Excellency Spider Queen and have a showdown with the two seniors. Li Qingshan cupped his hands. After some probing, he had basically confirmed that Helicoverpa Rosa was an extreme pro-war member of the demon race. She would not care about the Treaty of Kings and hand him over. Of course, the final decision would still be in the hands of the Dragon King of the Sea, who ruled the entire Qingzhou fiendish demon world. But presumably, everyone could see that war was unavoidable. The chances of the Dragon King of the Sea killing his generals in the middle of battle were so small that it was almost impossible. Strongstone's face was full of excitement, Blood Shadow's eyes were sinister, and Li Qingshan's lips curled slightly. The three powerful demon generals' gazes clashed fiercely before they looked away and took their leave. After leaving the throne hall and returning to the city of the Spider Shadow tribe, Li Qingshan looked down at the entire cobweb city from a high balcony. Her Excellency North Moon, how confident are you? Yi Mingzhu probed. 50%. Li Qingshan was neither arrogant nor unduly humble. Instead, he displayed a kind of transcendental confidence. If you are willing to help, perhaps I can increase it by another 10 or 20%. I will definitely satisfy Her Excellency North Moon. Yi Mingzhu lowered her head slightly. This chance of victory was already shockingly high. If my ambition can be realized, what's so difficult about yours? Uncle, that little brother of yours. How troublesome. There's nothing I can do this time. Gu Yenying said helplessly as she held the ink dragon talisman in her hand. After receiving the news from the Green Vine Mountain, she wished she could capture Li Qingshan immediately. She grabbed his neck and asked him what was going on. Did he really think that her words were just passing through his ears? The black dragon coiled a few times and said, "Then let's fight." Gu Yenying was shocked. A single sentence from the Dragon King of the Sea was better than 10,000 words from an ordinary person. With a single sentence, he had decided the situation of the entire Azure province and even the direction of the world. Is the peace of thousands of years finally going to be broken? Restricted to those below the second heavenly tribulation within the Clear River Prefecture. What? Why? Within Cobweb City, there was also a small black dragon that resembled a cloud, as black as ink. He passed down the orders of the Dragon King of the Sea. Helicoverpa Rosa was overjoyed at first before becoming furious. The battle she had been looking forward to all this time had finally begun, but she was restricted from taking action. Learn how to use your subordinates. Xiaolong finished this sentence. After saying that, it dispersed. It vanished without a trace. At the same time, Fu Qingjin received an order from the Sword Collection Palace. From today onwards, the demon slayer of the Clear River Prefecture would be under his complete responsibility. He could act as he pleased within the Clear River Prefecture, as long as he did not venture too deep underground and reach the existence called Cobweb City. Helicoverpa Rosa would not attack him, but at the same time, he would not receive any assistance from Golden Core cultivators. They all sighed in thought at the same time. Were they planning on treating the 1,500 kilometers of the Clear River Prefecture as a chessboard? The Clear River Prefecture seemed to be a miniature version of the Green Province. the entanglements between the three organizations were basically the same. No one knew just what kind of tacit understanding the figures above had reached to decide on a game of chess like this. Were they planning on practicing for the future war? Or were they planning on using the cruel battle to warn these warmongers? Or perhaps it was just a game in their long lives. A wager. Gu Yenying stowed the ink dragon talisman away. Is my job to prevent people from interfering with this game? Everyone else would be fine, except the old man from Pine Suff Academy was very stubborn. Only one person could make him stop. The wind blew, and the pine trees rose and fell. The wind swept up the mist and rain, rolling over the pine trees like a cloud of smoke. It swam through the mountains and collided with a huge mountain. There was a series of lofty buildings on the mountain. There were 4 large words written in bold strokes on the door. It was the renowned Pine Suff Academy. The sound of reading reached their ears, passing through the autumn rain and rising into the sky. A streak of light descended from above, arriving outside a thatched hut at the back of the mountain. A dark-skinned scholar sheathed his sword. He was already a foundation establishment cultivator who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. The thatched hut before him was so simple and crude that even mortals would find it to be overly run down. However, the scholar behaved politely. He tidied his clothes and bowed. "Master." The wooden door opened, and a figure with his back bent over a table wrote. His small, skinny body seemed especially large with the support of his robes. On the ground behind him, there were many bottles and jars. They were actually used to collect the rainwater that had seeped through the thatched hut. "Junior brother Jiang is dead." The scholar was furious. After receiving Jiang Shanqing's distress message, he immediately went to provide assistance, but he never thought the outcome would be like this. Not only did he die, but they had even lost the soaring dragon ship that was extremely important to Pine Suff Academy. After listening to what had happened, the old man had just finished writing a piece of calligraphy. With a wave of his sleeve, a long sword hanging on the wall flew into his hand. The scabbard was very old, but it was simple and unadorned, just like him. He made his way out of the door step by step, and his presence grew stronger and stronger. It filled the entire world with his large robes, the simple hut, and the entire Pine Suff Academy. His face was covered in wrinkles, stern and almost rigid. His sparse white beard swayed gently. In the eyes of mortals, he was just a skinny, small old man, but he possessed an unimaginable bearing, vast and fearless. He was the head of Pine Suff Academy, one Zhengming. "I'll be right back." "Please wait, Brother Wen." At this moment, a man came walking through the rain. At first glance, he seemed to be no more than 20 years old, but he seemed to have the vicissitudes of 100 years old. He wore a luxurious crown on his head and wore purple clothes. His handsome face always seemed cold and indifferent, with a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, when Zhengming stopped, he frowned. "Sir Governor, what brings you to my thatched hut in the mountains?" "Originally, I didn't want to come to your thatched hut in the mountains and waste my breath on an old man like you." The person who had come was the governor of the Rui Commandery, the hereditary Marquis of Rui. "Did Ma Mgu send you to persuade me? If you want to avenge your disciple, you'll get the chance sooner or later, but not now. This isn't persuasion, this is an order." The school of Confucianism was unyielding, unmoved by poverty, and uncorrupted by wealth. Even if Gu Yenying came in person, she would not be able to stop Wen Zhengming from avenging his disciple. However, the Marquis of Rui was the legitimate ruler of the Rui Commandery. Unless his orders were treasonous, no Confucian could defy them. It was not that they could not, but that they were unwilling. After a few words, when Zhengming returned to the hut and began to write away, His sword hung by his waist, unwilling to remove it. In the sky, Gu Yenying said to the Marquis of Rui, "Thank you. I will do my best to satisfy your request." The Marquis of Rui's expression was no longer as cold as before. His smile was as gentle as water as he stared at her face. Gu Yenying ignored his gaze and smiled in thought. The chessboard had been set, so where were the pieces? Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan, are you a soldier who will never return, or are you a general who leads an army? On the rippling lake, Li Qingshan confirmed several times that the spirit turtle's demon core truly did not give off any warnings. Just now, he dove into the lake of dragons and snakes and handed the Green Vine Elder and Jiang Shanqing's 100 treasures pouches to his true self. He passed through the formation of dragons and snakes and returned to Cloud Wisp Island. Han Qiongji had already left, leaving behind a note for him. Old Wang wants me to return exactly because I'm the primary disciple of the School of Legalism. Li Qingshan placed the note down and turned around. All he saw was a petite figure in black clothes staring at him from afar as she supported herself with bamboo. Li Qingshan beamed with joy. "Little, and come over here. I've got something good for you to see." Little, and did not lunge over like before. Li Qingshan's heart softened. He walked over and crouched down, rubbing her head. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" "Yeah." Little and nodded obediently. "It's all my fault. Please forgive me, Ma. I'm little and—" Li Qingshan scooped her up with a smile. He was apologetic and doting. "Do you not want me any more?" Little and wrapped her arms around his neck and said extremely softly, "What nonsense are you spouting? I don't want anyone else, but you—" Her tender voice made Li Qingshan's heart ache. "Then why didn't you come looking for me? I didn't dare to disturb you." Little and frowned slightly. "I promise I won't do it again." Li Qingshan looked into Little An's clear and dark eyes. When he was with her, there was no lingering feeling like Han Qiongji, but there was an indescribable sense of peace and tranquility. It was a sense of belonging. She had once said that wherever she was, it was her home. Actually, that was not the case. Wherever she was, it was her home. Perhaps she would not always think about it, but she would never forget it. "Come, give me a kiss." Little and kissed him heavily on the cheek. Li Qingshan's face was filled with a brilliant smile. Even the overcast rain could not hide it. Little and was also infected. She revealed a shy and blissful smile. "Let me tell you, I've done something great recently." Li Qingshan showed off as he made his way into the house. He was not as awe-inspiring, not as brave and fearless. At certain times, he even seemed petty, greedy, lustful, and full of flaws. However, this was him. There was no need for him to disguise himself. Their conversation after so long actually gave him an indescribable sense of carefreeness and ease, no less than when he sailed the ship and destroyed the Green Vine Mountain, even though Little and only listened with a smile. However, just how many people in the world could find a listener like that? Begonia had said that if he loved her, he would keep her secret forever. That was a very good way of putting it. But she had overlooked the most important point, which was Li Qingshan's feelings. It was not that she was ignorant. She was just imagining the perfect lover in her heart, but she never thought that a demon would have the concept of home. When he decided to properly cherish this relationship and stop making it difficult for Han Qiongji to keep his secret, even Li Qingshan failed to notice the change in his emotions. He just felt like he had neglected Little, and during this period of time, he really should not have done it. Chapter 409. Little and showed Li Qingshan the skull prayer beads she had refined. There was a string of 14 prayer beads on her slender wrist. They were as white as new. Even if these are skull prayer beads, Are there any special changes now that there are 14? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Little and smiled. With a wave of her hand, the prayer beads scattered and landed on the ground. They bounced a few times and stabilized themselves. Yes, they had stabilized themselves. Every single prayer bead had become a complete skeleton. They were only the size of a finger, but their bones were thick, their claws sharp, and their fangs long. They seemed vicious and powerful. What's this? Li Qingshan bent down and studied them carefully. Suddenly, his expression changed in surprise. He could sense that every single skeleton possessed the strength of a regular demon general. They were just holding back right now, not unleashing their true power. Skeleton demons. Little and opened her right hand, and the 14 skeletons leapt onto her palm, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws at Li Qingshan. Only after she flicked their heads, one by one, did they become much more obedient. However, in that moment, Li Qingshan truly felt a sense of danger. If they actually began fighting, these skeleton demons would definitely be a huge problem. The 14 prayer beads represented 14 fearlessness in Buddhism. They were the first completed artifact from the Path of White Bone and Great Beauty's artifact forging section, the weakest grade of skull prayer beads. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh in amazement. This ability truly was heaven-defying. Regardless of the person's cultivation, they would possess 14 times the strength of regular cultivators as soon as they underwent the heavenly tribulation. Just how powerful was it? This was not a unique ability. For example, the lone grave elder of the 3 elders refined corpse generals, or a master of Moism refined powerful mechanical puppets to achieve this effect. However, the difficulty of refining them and the high demands on the materials were all incomparable to the skull prayer beads. Most importantly, the skull prayer beads were closely connected to Little, and they were basically like clones, so she could control them as easily as moving her own arms. At crucial times, she could even merge them with her original body again to mend her bones and heal her wounds. This was a supernatural power that came from above the 9 heavens. Legend had it that it could be cultivated to the Bodhisattva realm. The higher one cultivated, the more powerful it would be. A white bone sword and a string of skull prayer beads. Little and could basically sweep through the Foundation establishment realm, unless he faced someone like Fu Qingjin. He had a powerful treasure in his hand. Only cultivators who had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm would have some difficulty. Are you trying to pressure me? Li Qingshan rubbed Little N's head forcefully. Originally, after he became a demon general, he was proud of his success and had a sense of arrogance. Only now did he wake up, not daring to be careless. Are you going into seclusion? Little N smiled shyly. His eyes flickered with anticipation. Good, good, good. After this period of time is over, I should go into seclusion for a period of time to properly raise my qi refining cultivation and quickly reach Foundation establishment. I'll take a good look at what exactly Brother Ox left for me. At the very least, it'll be the accumulation of a golden core cultivator. I can't let you surpass me. Let me show you my spoils first. Opening Jiang Shanqing and the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouches, Li Qingshan was first disappointed before becoming overjoyed. Jiang Shanqing had only reached Foundation establishment recently, and he was still a disciple, so his accumulation was extremely limited. Only the supreme grade spiritual artifact sword he wielded had some value. There were not a lot of other pills and spiritual stones. However, the Green Vine Elder's 100 treasures pouch was so abundant that it completely exceeded Li Qingshan's expectations. Even if the other 2 elders of the 3 mountains worked together, they probably would not be able to surpass him. The tremendous amount of pills and spiritual herbs was basically too much for the eye to take in. The supreme grade spiritual artifacts all flickered with light. Among the pills, just the true spirit pill and the virtue accumulation pill amounted to over a dozen. However, what caught Li Qingshan's attention the most was not that, but a dark golden pill sealed in a bottle. That's an origin spirit pill. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed slightly. After spending so much time with Ru Xian, he had basically grasped most of the common knowledge about alchemy, including the renowned origin spirit pill. Its effects were similar to the true spirit pill, also for breaking through to golden core. It was 100 times rarer than the true spirit pill. It was impossible for regular Foundation establishment cultivators to possess one who knew what kind of fortune the Green Vine Elder had obtained, or if it was a gift from the Sword Collection Palace. After examining it, Li Qingshan stowed it away carefully. Then, he picked up a blade from among the many spiritual artifacts. The blade was purplish-green in color, varying in shades. Coupled with the distinct patterns of feathers, it seemed extremely vibrant. In his hand, it was light as a feather, like it was nothing. Its overall design seemed like a strange bird. The hilt was curved and pointed, resembling the bird's sharp beak, while the blade was wide and large, resembling the bird's wings. The blade was circular, just like the strange bird's head. Its two eyes were wide open. It gave off a twisted, strange, yet mysterious and magnificent feeling. It made Li Qingshan feel like it was familiar. Suddenly, he thought of Ru Xian's crystal resin cauldron. Although the patterns were completely different, the overall style was exactly the same. Did this supreme grade spiritual artifact also come from the Mist Province? Although this was the only supreme grade spiritual artifact that suited him out of all the supreme grade spiritual artifacts, using a sword could easily expose his identity. The blade did not seem suited for killing. The blade seemed very blunt. He brushed past the blade with the tip of his finger and suddenly felt a hint of numbness. It rapidly spread up the tip of his finger, leaving behind a dark green, poisonous pattern. It was so vivid that it seemed like a verdant snake. This is a blade of poison. Li Qingshan was alarmed. He suppressed it with the spirit turtle's demon core in a hurry before forcing out the poison with demon qi. The poison was so powerful that even his body could not ignore it. Li Qingshan had guessed correctly. The Green Vine Elder's blade did indeed come from the Mist Province. Because the hilt could absorb poison, and the blade could release it, it was known as the blade of the drinking poison feather. The drinking poison feather was a strange bird of legends. Due to its fondness for eating poisonous items, its feathers were renowned for being venomous. Tossing its feathers into alcohol could kill, which was why it was said to quench thirst with poison. The blade's design originated from this. After the Green Vine Elder obtained it, he refined it with various poisonous items, which was why it possessed its current toxicity. However, he never had the opportunity to use it. Only when he obtained a more suitable weapon, the Green Vine Staff, did he store it away in his 100 treasures pouch, never using it again. The Ox Demon forges. Its hide could block direct attacks, but it could not block the invasion of poison. However, that was not the case for other people or demons too. If they did not possess a cultivation method like the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, they would have to block it with everything they had, or the poison would invade their bodies and cause even more severe damage. In battle, who would give their enemies an opportunity like that? Li Qingshan raised the blade and smiled resplendently. He had finally found a weapon that could increase his chances of victory. Aside from that, the most important reward was a few sets of formation banners and discs for setting up formations. After being replaced by the duality formation of disintegration, the original formations of the Green Vine Mountain were now in the Green Vine Elder's possession. Li Qingshan had obtained quite a few formation scrolls and discs in the past, but they were all items at the level of Qi practitioners, so they were not worth much. These few sets of spirit arrays were true spirit arrays that protected the mountain. In a sense, it was even more important than spiritual tools and pills. It was absolutely impossible to establish a stable base without a formation. Otherwise, no matter how many experts you gathered, as long as the other party's cultivation was higher and they knew some concealment techniques, they would be able to enter unhindered territory. Even if the formations could not stop enemies, they could serve as warnings. Li Qingshan thanked the Green Vine Elder. With these items, he could begin his plan. Little, and prepare to go on a punitive expedition with me. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The news of the battle between the 3 demon generals had already spread throughout the underground world. Everyone in Cobweb City waited eagerly. This was a battle that would affect the fate of the entire race of night roamers. Hasn't he returned yet? Yi Mingzhu leaned against the window and gazed at the platform. The scarlet-red figure behind Helicoverpa Rosa seemed like a god, also waiting. Don't tell me he's afraid. Yi Liuxing said coldly. He's going to challenge the 2 of them consecutively, so it makes sense for him to be afraid. He actually said he wanted to be the king of the night roamers. What shameless boasting. The elders discussed softly and mocked him scornfully. Master is omnipotent. Why would he be afraid of them? Yi Liubua refuted loudly. Her eyes burned with passion. To her, that person was no longer just her master in name. Instead, he was the mental support that held all of her hopes and feelings. The elders glared at this traitor, while Yi Liubua refused to back down. She was persuaded away by Yi Mingzhu and Yi Liusu. However, among the other races, the voices of disdain, mockery, and ill intent only grew louder. A demon general who had appeared out of nowhere wanted to challenge the order underground and rule over them, night roamers. That was nothing more than wishful thinking. He's here. A gleam of light flashed through Yi Mingzhu's eyes. A scarlet-red figure shot through the air, arriving on the platform in the blink of an eye. Just his startling speed made many night roamers shut their mouths. Li Qingshan was bare-chested, revealing a body that was as perfect as a sculpture. His hands were placed in his pockets casually, while the blade of the drinking poison feather was wrapped up in layers and hung across his waist. He was extremely relaxed. "Ma, I'm Spider Queen. I've made you wait. So this is your original body." Helicoverpa Rosa studied him from head to toe and licked her lips. Her scarlet-red eyes were dazzling. "You can say that." Li Qingshan glanced past the cavern from the corner of his eye. Although he could not sense any aura, he knew little and was waiting silently on the side, preparing for the worst-case scenario. However, it seemed like Helicoverpa Rosa had no plans of falling out with him, for now. Let's begin. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow released their demon chi at the same time. Li Qingshan smiled and no longer held back. His demon chi rushed into the air. The 3 demon chi dispersed the black clouds that lingered at the top of the cavern all year round. Strong Stone's was the strongest, Blood Shadow's was slightly weaker, and Li Qingshan's was much weaker. As a demon general who had broken through recently, it was already extremely rare for him to possess such strength. However, just the size of their demon chi was enough to determine the victor. And I had thought my original body was something impressive. Turns out that's all there is to it. Blood Shadow mocked him loudly. "You better cultivate for another 10,000 years before you challenge me." Strong Stone was rather disappointed. It was impossible for him to contend against him with his demon chi. Li Qingshan raised his hands and pointed at the 2 of them, tilting his head and smiling. 10,000 years is too long. All I can do is seize the moment. Chapter 4:10. He's clearly in such a disadvantageous position, yet he's still provoking us fearlessly. Is there something wrong with this demon's head? The night roamers either discussed softly or mocked loudly. They believed the outcome had already been decided. Is it just arrogance? Yi Lyosu suddenly recalled everything that had happened after she met him. His figure that roared fearlessly at the entire Spider Shadow clan was still vivid in front of her. No, that's not it. All of his arrogance was built on his self-confidence. He dared to say, "Who dares to kill me?" without any scruples, because that was only his avatar. If he really attacked, the ones who would suffer losses in the end would only be the Spider Shadow clan. Looking back, all she saw was Yi Lyobua's eyes shining. She did not doubt him at all. She opened her mouth and closed it again, smiling bitterly. Was this still the cunning and talented Yi Lyobua she knew? She had found someone she could rely on, and she chose to trust him without holding back at all. Was this not necessarily a form of luck? What about herself? What about the fate of the entire night roamers? And where would they go? Suddenly, she hoped from the bottom of her heart that the North Moon could emerge victorious, as he was a demon that did not seem like a demon. If he led the night roamers, he would definitely bring about a brand new change. Dragon's Nail said slowly, "I've arranged a suitable battlefield for you." Flowing upstream from the river of lava on the other side of Cobweb City, their field of vision suddenly opened up. Li Qingshan raised his head and gazed over. A huge rift ran through the ground, several hundred meters deep. Looking down from above, all he saw was a thin, fire-red river flowing at the bottom of the rift like a long, winding snake. Li Qingshan's figure was as tiny as a mustard seed. Li Qingshan lowered his head. He stared at the flowing lava, and his scarlet eyes shone brightly. On the other side of the river of lava, Strong Stone clenched his fists and cracked them loudly, sniggering viciously. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'll just crush your bones one by one and make you understand the price of challenging the strong. Then come and try it." Li Qingshan strode forward. A pair of iron hooves stepped heavily into the lava river, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Amidst the gasps of surprise, his figure rapidly changed. His scarlet hair was like fire, his horns were like hooks, his head was like copper, and his forehead was like iron. There was a type of wild ferocity about him. The barbaric aura of an ancient demon was released, but at the same time on his pitch-black skin. It flashed with blue profound patterns. This was something he had obtained after reaching the third layer of the spirit turtle. It was exactly the same as the profound inscriptions on the turtle's back. It also possessed a profound aura that could penetrate the true meaning of the world, filled with intelligence and divinity. Doing whatever one wanted, going against the heavens was the devil. Those who obeyed the heavens and fused with the Tao, those who lived as long as the heavens and the earth were gods. Two completely opposite and contradictory thoughts. They appeared on his body at the same time, and even he himself did not realize how strange it was. Helicoverpa was slightly moved. This was his true form. Yi Mingzhu cursed inwardly. In the end, he still refused to listen to her advice. 2 days ago, Yi Mingzhu sorted out the information and sent it to Li Qingshan. She also helped him discuss the strategy for these two battles. Strong Stone was transformed from a strange rock. It's an extremely rare rock spirit. It's indestructible and has extraordinary strength. To deal with him, the only way is to use the advantage of speed and look for flaws. Makes sense. Li Qingshan smiled. And Blood Shadow's true form is a bat. However, a demon general cultivated from a normal bat wouldn't be so powerful. It should be some kind of exotic beast. However, not many people know its true origin. Rumor has it that he's not from this world, but from the blood pool hell. If he unleashes his speed to the limit, perhaps only Helicoverpa can restrain him. Therefore, if you want to defeat him, the only way is to remain unchanging. Wait until he's tired, then kill him in one strike. Strong Stone and Blood Shadow both want to defeat each other like this, right? But what's the result? It's a draw. However, according to this strategy, at least we can be in an invincible position. What's the use of being in an invincible position? My goal is to win. Win. Although Li Qingshan claimed to have a 50% chance of winning, Yi Mingzhu deeply doubted this. As long as they could draw 2 battles, they could stabilize their position in the underground world and truly become one of the 4 great demon generals. Then, they could plan slowly in the future. However, Li Qingshan's words just now seem to be an answer to her. 10,000 years is too long. We can only seize the moment. Interesting. Let's see how many punches you can take. Strong Stone laughed loudly. He admired and ridiculed Li Qingshan for daring to fight him head-on. At the same time, his body expanded, turning into a tall stone giant. He strode over and punched at Li Qingshan's chest. Simple and unadorned, heavy as a mountain, just like his body. However, in his small eyes, which were squeezed by his fierce-looking face, squashed to only 2 dots, a strange and cunning light flashed. In Li Qingshan's heart, a fanatical fighting spirit suddenly rose. Without hesitation, or in other words, he had no time to think. His body naturally reacted and punched at Strong Stone's chest. He completely abandoned his own defense, as if he had seen the great hatred of the murderer of his father and wife. He could not wait to smash Strong Stone into pieces, not hesitating to perish together with him. With a loud bang, the wind howled, sand and stones flew. Everyone felt a violent tremor under their feet. Even though they were far away, they could still clearly feel the head-on confrontation between the 2 terrifying forces. The river of magma was suddenly cut off. Strong Boulder only wavered slightly, but Li Qingshan was sent flying, slamming heavily against the wall and sinking in. He was buried under the rubble that had collapsed. At that moment, he felt as if he had crashed into a mountain. Not only was it firm, but it was also heavy. "Master," Yi Liubu cried out. Blood Shadow hung upside down on a stone beam like a bat. A sunken smile hung on his pale face. This guy did not understand Strong Stone's true abilities at all. No matter how great his strength was, no matter how tough his body was, it was useless if he could not land a hit. However, Strong Stone could force his opponent into a battle to the death, an open confrontation. Is this your innate ability? Interesting. Strong Stone glanced at his fist before looking at the pile of rocks. With a boom, rocks flew everywhere. Li Qingshan stood up. The faint blue spirit turtle's profound shell flickered before him, but it was riddled with cracks and slightly deformed. "It's just a punch." Li Qingshan was shocked. This was the power of the 3 demon generals. Their wondrous original bodies and millennia of cultivation had turned them into truly powerful and terrifying existences. If it were not for the spirit turtle's profound shell, he would have been injured by the punch. The cracks on the spirit turtle's profound shell healed immediately, but the situation did not improve at all, as it still consumed large quantities of demon chi. Li Qingshan's demon chi was nowhere close to Strong Stone's, so he would definitely lose in a battle of attrition. Li Qingshan found this rather strange. Why had he become so impulsive just now? He was a genius in actual combat. Every time he struck out, it might seem rash and arrogant in the eyes of others, but it would definitely be the best choice of tactics. He would never clash head-on with his opponent like a reckless man. Again, Strong Stone advanced with a wild laugh. His heavy footsteps sounded like war drums. The battle intent and killing intent in Li Qingshan's chest surged uncontrollably once again. His eyes became blood red as a fist tore through the air, filling his entire field of vision. To be continued. Chapter 4:11. You. The stone fist pierced through the air, emitting a muffled, thunder-like sound as the wind from the fist surged. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment. His confident punch had actually missed. Is this your innate divine ability? It can actually disturb my mind. Li Qingshan's tiger claws tightly gripped Strong Stone's wrist. His eyes were calm and serene, and his deep voice was like the vibration of metal. He raised his hand and clasped Strong Stone's other fist. With a clang, metal and stone collided. Their eyes met, and the two surging forces clashed fiercely. There were no roars or shouts. Only the ground under their feet emitted painful shadows as it continuously cracked and collapsed. What a strong force! He can actually wrestle with Strong Stone. Maybe he can really win. He can't win. Strong Stone hasn't even used his full strength yet. You can actually not be affected, but it's too late. Watch me crush you. Strong Stone gritted his teeth and laughed viciously. His muscles rapidly expanded, and huge rocks protruded from his shoulders and elbows to cover his entire body. His head and face were also covered by sharp rocks, and he looked like he was wearing a strange and sinister rugged armor, only revealing a pair of bright eyes. Li Qingshan felt an unparalleled force coming over. It was so heavy that it was like an unmovable mountain pressing down heavily on him. Even the earth's strength could not reverse the situation, and he could only watch helplessly as Strong Stone struggled bit by bit to break free. Break for me. Strong Stone's arms flew up, and he broke free from Li Qingshan's hands. With a tremendous force, he grabbed at Li Qingshan's shoulders. Li Qingshan's shoulders sank, and he bowed and lowered his head. Strong Stone's grab missed. Want to lower your head and admit your mistake? Strong Stone laughed wildly. Suddenly, he felt his waist tighten, and he was picked up by Li Qingshan. A pair of sharp horns were revealed, and they were aimed at Strong Stone's abdomen. He roared and roared, and his iron hooves madly galloped. Boom! Li Qingshan's two horns pressed against the Strong Stone and slammed into the rock wall. Countless cracks instantly covered the rock wall. Boulders fell down one after another, and smoke and dust rose everywhere. Interesting. It's been a long time since someone could make me feel pain. Let's have some fun. Wild laughter came from the pile of rocks. Strong Stone casually pushed aside the rocks. Li Qingshan's sharp horns. It only left 2 dents on his abdomen, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wait! Strong Stone was about to make a move. Li Qingshan raised his hand. Is he going to forfeit? That's the smart choice. The night roamers began to discuss. Anyone who saw this scene would feel despair and doubt whether they could win. I don't accept surrender. Strong Stone roared. Helicoverparosa's eyes turned cold. What she wanted to see was not a fight of this level. Forfeit? That was just a warm-up. Let's play a game. Li Qingshan walked back to the broken river of lava. He turned around and stood firmly on his feet. Oh, what game? Strong Stone asked with interest. Whoever leaves this river loses. Li Qingshan pointed at the 2 banks of the river. Limit the range. What? Yi Mingzhu cried out involuntarily. Although the river was wide, it seemed extremely narrow compared to their bodies. That way, as long as they took a step back, they would have to step on the shore. Wouldn't that mean that they had completely lost any room to maneuver and would have to risk their lives against Strong Stone? How was this a game? This was clearly suicide. I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. Helicoverpa Rosa licked her lips and revealed a hint of excitement. Good, good, good. Strong Stone was stunned for a moment before cheering loudly. He had never seen such an interesting opponent before. He arrived before Li Qingshan and stood still. Why aren't you using the power you've just now? Li Qingshan asked again. Rock of Slaughter. Strong Stone was slightly taken aback and smiled viciously. What? My original name. When I was still a rock, I already possessed this power. Whether it's humans or beasts, as long as they approach me, they'll be infected by battle and killing intent. If they have companions, they'll kill one another. If they don't, they'll smash their heads against the rock. That's why I'm called the Rock of Slaughter. It's all thanks to them that I can turn a spirit into a demon. Why are you telling me this? Li Qingshan understood. This had already surpassed innate abilities. Instead, it was an ability he was born with. If it were not for the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression, even he would not be able to resist this hysterical battle intent. That's because I'm going to cover my entire body with your blood. Strong Stone roared at the sky and unleashed the terrifying power. Even the eyes of the spectating night roamers in the surroundings reddened. When they looked at the people around them again, they were all so despicable. They were tempted to just kill them and be done with it. While they still had a sliver of clarity, they retreated several times, retreating extremely far away. Just now, they let out a sigh of relief. Then bring it on. Li Qingshan no longer used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to control himself. His blood surged like fire, and his battle intent surged. He conjured a series of blurs and threw 100 punches in a single instant, attacking Strong Stone like a tidal wave. Strong Stone turned a blind eye to it. He raised his right fist and twisted his body, twisting backwards and stretching it as far as he could, hurling a punch at Li Qingshan. As soon as the spirit turtle's profound shell appeared, it caved in deeply and became riddled with cracks. It was close to shattering. At the same time, Li Qingshan's fist landed on Strong Stone. After countless collisions, it turned into a great boom. What have you done? The vicious smile on Strong Stone's face suddenly froze up. He stared at his body in disbelief. Cracks appeared on his body, like the ground that had cracked due to drought. The power of tremors penetrated deep into his body, filling his entire body. Beat you up, Li Qingshan snickered. My innate ability is the most effective against stubborn rocks like you, though it looks like you won't shatter so easily. Though that's fine too. If there's no danger at all, what's the point of fighting? Fair enough. How satisfying. Come, come, come. Strong Stone threw a punch with a furious roar. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered with a clang, and his fist landed heavily on Li Qingshan's face. Let's see who collapses first. Li Qingshan leaned back, but he immediately straightened himself. His iron hooves had already become deeply embedded in the ground, nailed to the ground. He fought back without any hesitation at all. The booms were deafening. The ground rumbled and shook. The spectators were all dumbfounded. All they saw was the narrow space between the two of them, filled with blurs of punches. They had completely given up on their own defenses, only wishing to pour their strongest attacks on each other and overwhelm each other. The whirlwinds kicked up by the punches turned into tornadoes, sweeping around them in all directions. The entire underground shook and trembled. Only the two of them did not move at all. Their legs sank deep into the riverbed, up to their knees. They were trapped there firmly, turning it into an immobile battlefield. There was no room for tricks. There was only the most primitive and barbaric clash of strength. Rock fragments flew everywhere as blood sprayed everywhere. Strong Stone was like a reef in the ocean. No matter how the waves battered him or how the storm battered him, he remained unmoved. His body was covered in cracks. Pieces of rock fell off and scattered. The strange power constantly invaded his body, but he was completely unaware of it. He was at the peak of his excitement. This strange stone that triggered the killing was more bloodthirsty and warlike than any other living creature. Li Qingshan had suffered countless heavy punches. Even the ox demon forges, its hide, could not dispel this terrifying power. Fist marks appeared on his body, and his bones twisted and groaned as they cracked. However, all of this pain had transformed into indescribable happiness. In his surging heart, in his blood-red eyes, anger, killing intent, and hatred blended into a surging battle intent that was like a raging sea. He cast aside all considerations of life and death, and only one word remained. He kept repeating it: kill, 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 kill. He was not only infected by the stone of slaughter. Something in his nature was released in this process. It was a bloodthirsty and warlike tiger that broke out of its cage with a roar. The third level of the tiger demon, break. Helicoverpa was slightly surprised. She could clearly feel that Li Qingshan's body was undergoing an astonishing change. Li Qingshan's eyes were blood-red, and his fangs protruded. The demonic qi that rose up from his body became even stronger and more berserk. His huge body seemed to become more slender. In truth, it was because his flesh and blood had become better distributed. His large tendons twisted together like steel wires, and the scattered power was condensed together. Under the layers of flesh and blood, the cracked bones recovered to their original state, becoming even more indestructible. Roar! Li Qingshan suddenly looked up to the sky and let out a tiger's roar, which shook the entire canyon. The wings of wind behind him spread out, and with a push of his legs, he pulled himself up from the ground and headbutted Strongstone's forehead. The rock armor cracked, revealing his original face, which was full of surprise. Li Qingshan did not become very strong all of a sudden. In fact, in terms of demonic aura, he was still at a disadvantage. But his aura suddenly overshadowed Strongstone, which made him feel a little panicked. How is this possible? How can his battle intent and killing intent be stronger than mine? Strongstone roared and punched Li Qingshan's abdomen. Li Qingshan only bowed slightly and returned to his original state. After a fierce battle, under the destruction of the power of vibration, Strongstone's body also suffered serious injuries. And with his aura falling, it was even more difficult for him to fully exert his strength. Smear blood all over your body? Then I will peel off your skin. Li Qingshan growled, and his curved tiger claws clawed and clawed. In the midst of the sparks, he tore apart the cracked rock armor. Strongstone grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and threw him hard, wanting to throw him out. As long as he left the riverbed, Li Qingshan would lose. And just a moment ago, did he have any thoughts of winning or losing in his heart? Li Qingshan opened his arms and flapped his wings. He controlled his body and flew above the riverbed. Then, with all his weight, he descended rapidly. Boom! Like a black meteor, he smashed into the ground. His iron hooves stepped heavily on Strongstone's head, pushing him deep into the riverbed. A ring-shaped shockwave spread out in all directions, lifting up several feet into the air. Before the shockwave had even subsided, Li Qingshan flew up into the sky once more. Boom, 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 boom. It was unknown how many times he struck. The riverbed had become a huge, deep pit. Strong Boulder had vanished a long time ago. Li Qingshan landed in the pit and reached down, grabbing Strong Boulder by the head and lifting him up. He said, "Thank you." He raised his arm and threw him far away. With a loud bang, he crashed into a rock wall and was embedded within. To be continued. Chapter 412. This turn of events stunned everyone. They were tongue-tied, basically forgetting to breathe. If Li Qingshan had used some sort of trick to defeat Strong Stone, it would have been easier for everyone to accept. However, he had done it in Strong Stone's strongest domain, defeating force with force and fighting force with force. Not only had he endured the terrifying attacks, but he had even forcefully destroyed Strong Stone's supposedly indestructible defenses. All of the night, roamers shut their mouths firmly. They no longer dared to utter another word. Suddenly, they realized that this demon might actually become their commander in the future. If they wanted to survive underground, they had to be humble and courteous to the strong. Yi Mingzhu's eyes shone. If she pledged loyalty to him, could he really fulfill her ambitions? Helicoverpa Rosa's laughter broke the silence. This brutal battle and battles suited her perfectly. Ever since he had come underground, he had become much more interesting. And in the future battles, he would definitely become one of the most important demon generals under her command. Blood Shadow became more and more uneasy. If he allowed this guy to continue developing, he would definitely become a great threat, stealing Ma Am's Spider Queen's trust. He could not allow that to happen. Master is invincible. Yi Liubu's face was filled with fervent passion. Her face was flushed, and her breasts heaved rapidly. She felt supreme glory. Li Qingshan sucked in a deep breath, and his figure returned to normal. He twisted his neck, which produced a series of cracks. It was impossible to tell on the surface, but his body had been damaged to the point of collapse. If it were not for the endless support of the strength of the earth, he would have collapsed a long time ago. If it were not for the power of tremors, it would have been impossible for him to emerge victorious against Strong Stone's restraint. However, all of this was within his plans. He was not a brute who would risk his life in a moment of passion. Instead, he was a true warrior, a natural warrior. With a flash of inspiration, all of his strategies and tactics were carved into every single one of his actions. It was carved into every single action he took. You. A massive explosion sounded out as Strong Stone descended from the sky, landing in front of Li Qingshan. His entire body gave off a berserk aura, and his body became even larger, like an enraged volcano. Li Qingshan stood at the foot of the mountain. She would be engulfed by the volcano at any moment, but the strong wind lifted her scarlet hair. His expression, however, was indifferent. "You lost," Li Qingshan said. The crimson eyes glanced at him. "Is there anything you're not satisfied with?" Strong Stone took a step back, as if he had been punched. His figure shrank rapidly until he returned to his normal state. He sat on the ground and said, "Yes, I lost. There's nothing to be dissatisfied about." Li Qingshan did not use any despicable means. It wasn't a sinister scheme, but rather a victory over him with strength. She overwhelmed him with her imposing manner. Only after saying this did he feel a tearing pain in his body. He had also reached his limit. Good. I haven't felt this good in a long time. This time, I lost. I admit your strength, but in the future, I will definitely defeat you. There won't be such a chance. Li Qingshan smiled and raised his head, looking straight at Blood Shadow, who was still hanging upside down on the stone beam. Then he said, "Madam Spider Queen, wait for me to rest for a while and recover my demonic aura. Then I will fight with Blood Shadow." "Hurry up," Helicoverpa Rosa urged from behind. With a flick of her finger, an item landed in Li Qingshan's hand. "This is?" Li Qingshan looked at the item in his hand. It was a palm-sized crystal clear mushroom that looked like it was carved out of white jade. Although the mushroom was small, the spiritual energy it contained was larger than any spiritual herb Li Qingshan had ever seen. He did not know how long it had been growing. This is a spirit jade mushroom. It can heal injuries and recover demonic aura. Blood Shadow's expression turned even uglier. His idea of taking advantage of the situation fell through, but he did not dare to have the slightest resentment. Obviously, Helicoverpa did not want to watch a battle without any suspense. It was also a reward for Li Qingshan for bringing her so much fun. Thank you, Madam Spider Queen, for your generous gift. Li Qingshan immediately sat cross-legged and ate the spirit jade mushroom. In an instant, a pure and clear spiritual aura spread throughout his body. Everywhere it went, he felt extremely comfortable, and his body felt lighter. After a while, Li Qingshan jumped up, full of energy. He felt as if he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. His mind was clear, and his demonic aura was not only completely recovered, but it was even stronger than when he first arrived. Blood Shadow, do you dare to fight me in the air? Li Qingshan flapped his wings of wind and flew up, pointing at Blood Shadow. As soon as Li Qingshan opened his mouth, everyone was shocked. He had just defeated Strong Stone on the ground with his strength. Now, he wanted to challenge the lightning-fast Blood Shadow in the air. Helicoverpa was even more excited after hearing that. She felt that her spirit jade mushroom was not wasted. This guy! Strong Stone was startled for a moment. Then he grinned. Dragon's Nail, who had been watching silently, frowned. What did he want to prove? Li Qingshan did not want to prove anything. He just wanted to win. If he defended on the ground, he would be invincible, but he would not be able to defeat Blood Shadow. And if he defended for a long time, he would lose. Because of the gap in demonic aura, he would be the first to collapse. Once his demonic aura was exhausted, he would not be able to use his supernatural powers. The so-called invincible position would become a big joke, and it would become unwinnable position. Although Li Qingshan's body was strong, it was still not comparable to Strong Stone. Strong Stone was originally a strange stone, and sturdiness could be said to be his innate nature. Moreover, he did not have the power to stimulate the fighting spirit like the Killing Stone, which could make Blood Shadow hesitate and not dare to fight. If he blindly imitated Strong Stone's tactics, he would eventually become a piece of rotten meat that could be toyed with. At that time, even a draw would be an extravagant hope. Many times, what seemed like a smart tactic was actually a dangerous trap. This was not because Yi Mingzhu was ignorant. Normally, this was already the tactic that could make him last the longest. In his previous life, there was a saying, "In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable." It was the same in the cultivation world. Not considering his supernatural powers, Blood Shadow's speed was a big problem. Adding on his reaction speed, this problem was completely unsolvable. The weak mongoose could play with and even pounce on the venomous cobra because its reaction speed was a bit faster than the cobra. In actual combat, this bit faster meant that one was as strong as the heavens. For Li Qingshan, this battle was destined to be much more difficult. In order to overcome this obstacle, Li Qingshan chose to confront Strong Stone head-on in the first battle. Originally, with his advantage in speed and ignoring the effects of the Killing Stone, he should have won this battle more easily. It was in order to stimulate all his fighting spirit in the fierce battle so that the Tiger Demon could break through the third layer, make his speed and reaction faster, and make his 2 supernatural powers stronger. Only then would he have a chance to win this battle. Just this point alone, the power of Strong Stone's Killing Stone helped him. Therefore, before the game started, Li Qingshan specifically reminded Strong Stone to activate this power. Everything was going according to plan. To be continued, that you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.